Section 1 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 1. Volume 5. It was, I believe, in 1732 that I arrived at Chambéry, as already related, and began my employment of registering land for the king. I was almost 21, my mind well enough formed for my age with respect to sense, but very deficient in point of judgment, and needing every instruction from those into whose hands I fell, to make me conduct myself with propriety. For a few years' experience had not been able to cure me radically of my romantic ideas. And notwithstanding the ills I had sustained, I knew as little of the world or mankind as if I had never purchased instruction. I slept at home, that is, at the house of Madame de Warrens. But it was not as at Annecy. Here were no gardens, no brook, no landscape. The house was dark and dismal, and my apartment the most gloomy of the whole. The prospect, a dead wall, an alley instead of a street, confined air, bad light, small rooms, iron bars, rats, and a rotten floor, an assemblage of circumstances that do not constitute a very agreeable habitation. But I was in the same house with my best friend, incessantly near her, at my desk or in her chamber, so that I could not perceive the gloominess of my own, or have time to think of it. It may appear whimsical that she should reside at Chambéry on purpose to live in this disagreeable house, but it was a trait of contrivance which I ought not to pass over in silence. She had no great inclination for a journey to Turin, fearing that after the recent revolutions and the agitation in which the court yet was, she should not be very favorably received there. But her affairs seemed to demand her presence, as she feared being forgotten or ill treated, particularly as the Comte de Saint Laurent, Intendant General of the Finances, was not in her interest. He had an old house in Chambéry, ill built, and standing in so disagreeable a situation that it was always untenanted. She hired and settled in this house, a plan that succeeded much better than a journey to Turin would have done, for her pension was not suppressed, and the Comte de Saint Laurent was ever after one of her best friends. Her household was much on the old footing. Her faithful Claude Anet still remained with her. He was, as I have before mentioned, a peasant of Moutru, who in his childhood had gathered herbs in Jura for the purpose of making Swiss tea. She had taken him into her service for his knowledge of drugs, finding it convenient to have a herbalist among her domestics. Passionately fond of the study of plants, he became a real botanist, and had he not died young, might have acquired as much fame in that science as he deserved for being an honest man. Serious even to gravity, and older than myself, he was to me a kind of tutor, commanding respect, and preserving me from a number of follies, for I dared not forget myself before him. He commanded it likewise from his mistress, who knew his understanding, uprightness, and inviolable attachment to herself, and returned it. Claude Anet was of an uncommon temper. I never encountered a similar disposition. He was slow, deliberate, and circumspect in his conduct, cold in his manner, laconic and sententious in his discourse, yet of an impetuosity in his passions, which, though careful to conceal, preyed upon him inwardly, and urged him to the only folly he ever committed. That folly indeed was terrible; it was poisoning himself. This tragic scene passed soon after my arrival, and opened my eyes to the intimacy that subsisted between Claude Anet and his mistress; for had not the information come from her, I should never have suspected it. Yet surely, if attachment, fidelity, and zeal could merit such a recompense, it was due to him. And what further proves him worthy such a distinction, he never once abused her confidence. They seldom disputed, and their disagreements ever ended amicably. One indeed was not so fortunate. His mistress, in a passion, said something affronting, which not being able to digest, he consulted only with despair, and finding a bottle of laudanum at hand, drank it off, then went peaceably to bed, expecting to awake no more. Madame de Warrens herself was uneasy, agitated, wandering about the house, and happily, finding the phial empty, guessed the rest. Her screams, when flying to his assistance, alarmed me. She confessed all, implored my help, and was fortunate enough, after repeated efforts, to make him throw up the laudanum. Witness of this scene, I could not but wonder at my stupidity in never having suspected the connection; but Claude Anet was so discreet, that a more penetrating observer might have been deceived. Their reconciliation affected me, and added respect to the esteem I before felt for him. From this time I became in some measure his pupil, nor did I find myself the worse for his instruction. I could not learn without pain that she lived in greater intimacy with another than with myself. It was a situation I had not even thought of, but which was very natural, it hurt me to see another in possession of it. Nevertheless, instead of feeling any aversion to the person who had this advantage over me, I found the attachment I felt for her actually extend to him. I desired her happiness above all things, and since he was concerned in her plan of felicity, I was content he should be happy likewise. Meantime he perfectly entered into the views of his mistress, conceived a sincere friendship for me, and without affecting the authority his situation might have entitled him to, he naturally possessed that which his superior judgment gave him over mine. I dared do nothing he disapproved of, but he was sure to disapprove only what merited disapprobation. Thus we lived in an union which rendered us mutually happy, and which death alone could dissolve. One proof of the excellence of this amiable woman's character is that all those who loved her loved each other, even jealousy and rivalship submitting to the more powerful sentiment with which she inspired them. And I never saw any of those who surrounded her entertain the least ill will among themselves. Let the reader pause a moment on this encomium, and if he can recollect any other woman who deserves it, let him attach himself to her, if he would obtain happiness. From my arrival at Chambéry to my departure for Paris, 1741, included an interval of 8 or 9 years, during which time I have few adventures to relate, my life being as simple as it was agreeable. This uniformity was precisely what was most wanting to complete the formation of my character, which continual troubles had prevented from acquiring any degree of stability. It was during this pleasing interval that my unconnected, unfinished education gained consistence, and made me what I have unalterably remained, amid the storms with which I have since been surrounded. The progress was slow, almost imperceptible, and attended by few memorable circumstances, yet it deserves to be followed and investigated. At first I was wholly occupied with my business. The constraint of a desk left little opportunity for other thoughts. The small portion of time I was at liberty was passed with my dear Madame de Warrens, and not having leisure to read, I felt no inclination for it. But when my business, by daily repetition, became familiar, and my mind was less occupied, study again became necessary, and as my desires were ever irritated by any difficulty that opposed the indulgence of them, might once more have become a passion, as at my master's, had not other inclinations interposed and diverted it. Though our occupation did not demand a very profound skill in arithmetic, it sometimes required enough to puzzle me. To conquer this difficulty, I purchased books which treated on that science, and learned well, for I now studied alone. Practical arithmetic extends further than is usually supposed, if you would attain exact precision. There are operations of extreme length, in which I have sometimes seen good geometricians lose themselves. Reflection, assisted by practice, gives clear ideas, and enables you to devise shorter methods. These inventions flatter our self complacency, while their exactitude satisfies our understanding, and renders a study pleasant, which is of itself heavy and unentertaining. At length I became so expert as not to be puzzled by any question that was solvable by arithmetical calculation, and even now, while everything I formerly knew fades daily on my memory, this acquirement in a great measure remains, through an interval of 30 years. A few days ago, in a journey I made to Davenport, being with my host at an arithmetical lesson given his children, I did, with pleasure and without errors, a most complicated work. While setting down my figures, methought I was still at Chambéry, still in my days of happiness. How far had I to look back for them? The colored plans of our geometricians had given me a taste for drawing. Accordingly I bought colors, and began by attempting flowers and landscapes. It was unfortunate that I had not talents for this art, for my inclination was much disposed to it, and while surrounded with crayons, pencils, and colors, I could have passed whole months without wishing to leave them. This amusement engaged me so much that they were obliged to force me from it, and thus it is with every inclination I give into. It continues to augment, till at length it becomes so powerful that I lose sight of everything except the favorite amusement. Years have not been able to cure me of that fault, nay, have not even diminished it. For while I am writing this, behold me, like an old dotard, infatuated with another to me useless study, which I do not understand, and which even those who have devoted their youthful days to the acquisition of, are constrained to abandon at the age I am beginning with it. End of section 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 2 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 2. At that time, the study I am now speaking of would have been well placed, the opportunity was good, and I had some temptation to profit by it; for the satisfaction I saw in the eyes of Anet when he came home loaded with new discovered plants, set me 2 or 3 times on the point of going to herbalize with him. And I am almost certain that had I gone once, I should have been caught, and perhaps at this day might have been an excellent botanist; for I know no study more congenial to my natural inclination than that of plants. The life I have led for these 10 years past in the country, being little more than a continual herbalizing, though I must confess, without object and without improvement. But at the time I am now speaking of, I had no inclination for botany; nay, I even despised and was disgusted at the idea, considering it only as a fit study for an apothecary. Madame de Warrens was fond of it merely for this purpose, seeking none but common plants to use in her medical preparations. Thus botany, chemistry, and anatomy were confounded in my idea under the general denomination of medicine, and served to furnish me with pleasant sarcasms the whole day, which procured me from time to time a box on the ear, applied by Madame de Warrens. Besides this, a very contrary taste grew up with me, and by degrees absorbed all others. This was music. I was certainly born for that science. I loved it from my infancy, and it was the only inclination I have constantly adhered to. But it is astonishing that what nature seemed to have designed me for should have cost me so much pains to learn, and that I should acquire it so slowly, that after a whole life spent in the practice of this art, I could never attain to sing with any certainty at sight. What rendered the study of music more agreeable to me at that time was being able to practice it with Madame de Warrens. In other respects our tastes were widely different. This was a point of coincidence, which I loved to avail myself of. She had no more objection to this than myself. I knew at that time almost as much of it as she did, and after 2 or 3 efforts we could make shift to decipher an air. Sometimes when I saw her busy at the furnace, I have said, "Here now is a charming duet, which seems made for the very purpose of spoiling your drugs." Her answer would be, "If you make me burn them, I'll make you eat them." Thus disputing, I drew her to the harpsichord. The furnace was presently forgotten, the extract of juniper or wormwood calcined, which I cannot recollect without transport. And these scenes usually ended by her smearing my face with the remains of them. It may easily be conjectured that I had plenty of employment to fill up my leisure hours. One amusement, however, found room that was well worth all the rest. We lived in such a confined dungeon that it was necessary sometimes to breathe the open air. Anet therefore engaged Madame de Warrens to hire a garden in the suburbs, both for this purpose and the convenience of rearing plants, etc. To this garden was added a summer house, which was furnished in the customary manner. We sometimes dined, and I frequently slept there. Insensibly I became attached to this little retreat, decorated it with books and prints, spending part of my time in ornamenting it during the absence of Madame de Warrens, that I might surprise her the more agreeably on her return. Sometimes I quitted this dear friend, that I might enjoy the uninterrupted pleasure of thinking on her. This was a caprice I can neither excuse nor fully explain. I only know this really was the case, and therefore I avow it. I remember Madame de Luxembourg told me one day, in raillery, of a man who used to leave his mistress that he might enjoy the satisfaction of writing to her. I answered, I could have been this man. I might have added, that I had done the very same. I did not, however, find it necessary to leave Madame de Warrens, that I might love her the more ardently, for I was ever as perfectly free with her as when alone, an advantage I never enjoyed with any other person, man or woman, however I might be attached to them. But she was so often surrounded by company who were far from pleasing me, that spite and weariness drove me to this asylum, where I could indulge the idea without danger of being interrupted by impertinence. Thus, my time being divided between business, pleasure, and instruction, my life passed in the most absolute serenity. Europe was not equally tranquil. France and the emperor had mutually declared war. The King of Sardinia had entered into the quarrel, and a French army had filed off into Piedmont to awe the Milanese. Our division passed through Chambéry, and among others the regiment of Champagne, whose colonel was the Duc de la Trémouille, to whom I was presented. He promised many things, but doubtless never more thought of me. Our little garden was exactly at the end of the suburb by which the troops entered, so that I could fully satisfy my curiosity in seeing them pass, and I became as anxious for the success of the war as if it had nearly concerned me. Till now I had never troubled myself about politics. For the first time I began reading the gazettes, but with so much partiality on the side of France, that my heart beat with rapture on its most trifling advantages, and I was as much afflicted on a reverse of fortune as if I had been particularly concerned. Had this folly been transient, I should not perhaps have mentioned it, but it took such root in my heart, without any reasonable cause, that when I afterwards acted the anti-despot and proud republican at Paris, in spite of myself, I felt a secret predilection for the nation I declared servile, and for that government I affected to oppose. The pleasantest of all was that, ashamed of an inclination so contrary to my professed maxims, I dared not own it to any one, but rallied the French on their defeats, while my heart was more wounded than their own. I am certainly the first man that, living with a people who treated him well, and whom he almost adored, put on, even in their own country, a borrowed air of despising them. Yet my original inclination is so powerful, constant, disinterested, and invincible, that even since my quitting that kingdom, since its government, magistrates, and authors have outvied each other in rancor against me, since it has become fashionable to load me with injustice and abuse, I have not been able to get rid of this folly, but notwithstanding their ill treatment, love them in spite of myself. I long sought the cause of this partiality, but was never able to find any, except in the occasion that gave it birth. A rising taste for literature attached me to French books, to their authors, and their country. At the very moment the French troops were passing Chambéry, I was reading Brantome's celebrated captains. My head was full of the Clissons, Bayards, Lautrecs, Coligny's, Montmorencys, and Trémouilles, and I loved their descendants as the heirs of their merit and courage. In each regiment that passed by, methought I saw those famous black bands, who had formerly done so many noble exploits in Piedmont. In fine, I applied to these all the ideas I had gathered from books. My reading continued, which, still drawn from the same nation, nourished my affection for that country, till at length it became a blind passion, which nothing could overcome. I have had occasion to remark several times in the course of my travels, that this impression was not peculiar to me for France, but was more or less active in every country, for that part of the nation who were fond of literature, and cultivated learning; and it was this consideration that balanced in my mind the general hatred which the conceited air of the French is so apt to inspire. Their romances, more than their men, attract the women of all countries, and the celebrated dramatic pieces of France create a fondness in youth for their theatres. The reputation which that of Paris in particular has acquired draws to it crowds of strangers, who return enthusiasts to their own country. In short, the excellence of their literature captivates the senses, and in the unfortunate war just ended, I have seen their authors and philosophers maintain the glory of France, so tarnished by its warriors. I was therefore an ardent Frenchman. This rendered me a politician, and I attended in the public square, amid a throng of newsmongers, the arrival of the post, and, sillier than the ass in the fable, was very uneasy to know whose pack saddle I should next have the honor to carry; for it was then supposed we should belong to France, and that Savoy would be exchanged for Milan. I must confess, however, that I experienced some uneasiness; for had this war terminated unfortunately for the allies, the pension of Madam de Warrens would have been in a dangerous situation. Nevertheless, I had great confidence in my good friends the French, and for once, in spite of the surprise of M. de Broglie, my confidence was not ill founded, thanks to the King of Sardinia, whom I had never thought of. While we were fighting in Italy, they were singing in France. The operas of Rameau began to make a noise there, and once more raise the credit of his theoretic works, which from their obscurity were within the compass of very few understandings. By chance I heard of his treatise on harmony, and had no rest till I purchased it. By another chance I fell sick. My illness was inflammatory, short, and violent, but my convalescence was tedious, for I was unable to go abroad for a whole month. During this time I eagerly ran over my treatise on harmony, but it was so long, so diffuse, and so badly disposed, that I found it would require a considerable time to unravel it. Accordingly, I suspended my inclination, and recreated my sight with music. The cantatas of Bernier were what I principally exercised myself with. These were never out of my mind. I learned 4 or 5 by heart, and among the rest, the Sleeping Cupids, which I have never seen since that time, though I still retain it almost entirely, as well as Cupid Stung by a Bee, a very pretty cantata by Clérambault, which I learned about the same time. To complete me, there arrived a young organist from Valdoste, called the Abbe Palais, a good musician and an agreeable companion, who performed very well on the harpsichord. I got acquainted with him, and we soon became inseparable. He had been brought up by an Italian monk, who was a capital organist. He explained to me his principles of music, which I compared with Rameau. My head was filled with accompaniments, concords, and harmony. But as it was necessary to accustom the ear to all this, I proposed to Madam de Warrens having a little concert once a month, to which she consented. End of section 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 3 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 3. Behold me then, so full of this concert, that night or day I could think of nothing else, and it actually employed a great part of my time to select the music, assemble the musicians, look to the instruments, and write out the several parts. Madame de Warrens sang. Father Caton, whom I have before mentioned and shall have occasion to speak of again, sang likewise. A dancing master named Roche and his son played on the violin. Canavat, a Piedmontese musician, who was employed like myself in the survey, and has since married at Paris, played on the violoncello. The Abbe Palais performed on the harpsichord, and I had the honor to conduct the whole. It may be supposed all this was charming. I cannot say it equaled my concert at Monsieur de Trétorrent's, but certainly it was not far behind it. This little concert given by Madame de Warrens, the new convert, who lived, it was expressed, on the king's charity, made the whole tribe of devotees murmur. But it was a very agreeable amusement to several worthy people, at the head of whom it would not be easily surmised that I should place a monk. Yet, though a monk, a man of considerable merit, and even of a very amiable disposition, whose subsequent misfortunes gave me the most lively concern, and whose idea, attached to that of my happy days, is yet dear to my memory. I speak of Father Caton, a Cordelier, who, in conjunction with the Count d'Ortan, had caused the music of poor Le Maitre to be seized at Lyons, which action was far from being the brightest trait in his history. He was a bachelor of Sorbonne, had lived long in Paris among the great world, and was particularly caressed by the Marquis d'Entremont, then ambassador from Sardinia. He was tall and well made, full faced, with very fine eyes, and black hair which formed natural curls on each side of his forehead. His manner was at once noble, open, and modest. He presented himself with ease and good manners, having neither the hypocritical nor impudent behavior of a monk, nor the forward assurance of a fashionable coxcomb, but the manners of a well-bred man, who, without blushing for his habit, set a value on himself, and ever felt in his proper situation when in good company. Though Father Caton was not deeply studied for a doctor, he was much so for a man of the world, and not being compelled to show his talents, he brought them forward so advantageously that they appeared greater than they really were. Having lived much in the world, he had rather attached himself to agreeable acquirements than to solid learning, had sense, made verses, spoke well, sang better, and aided his good voice by playing on the organ and harpsichord. So many pleasing qualities were not necessary to make his company sought after, and accordingly it was very much so. But this did not make him neglect the duties of his function. He was chosen, in spite of his jealous competitors, definitor of his province, or, according to them, one of the greatest pillars of their order. Father Caton became acquainted with Madame de Warrens at the Marquis d'Entremont's. He had heard of her concerts, wished to assist at them, and by his company rendered our meetings truly agreeable. We were soon attached to each other by our mutual taste for music, which in both was a most lively passion, with this difference, that he was really a musician, and myself a bungler. Sometimes, assisted by Canava and the Abbe Palais, we had music in his apartment, or on holidays at his organ, and frequently dined with him. For what was very astonishing in a monk, he was generous, profuse, and loved good cheer, without the least tincture of greediness. After our concerts, he always used to stay to supper, and these evenings passed with the greatest gaiety and good humor. We conversed with the utmost freedom, and sang duets. I was perfectly at my ease, had sallies of wit and merriment. Father Caton was charming, Madame de Warrens adorable, and the Abbe Palais, with his rough voice, was the butt of the company. Pleasing moments of sportive youth, how long since have ye fled? As I shall have no more occasion to speak of poor Father Caton, I will here conclude in a few words his melancholy history. His brother monks, jealous, or rather exasperated to discover in him a merit and elegance of manners, which favored nothing of monastic stupidity, conceived the most violent hatred to him, because he was not as despicable as themselves. The chiefs, therefore, combined against this worthy man, and set on the envious rabble of monks, who otherwise would not have dared to hazard the attack. He received 1,000 indignities. They degraded him from his office, took away the apartment which he had furnished with elegant simplicity, and at length banished him, I know not whither. In short, These wretches overwhelmed him with so many evils, that his honest and proud soul sank under the pressure; and after having been the delight of the most amiable societies, he died of grief, on a wretched bed, hid in some cell or dungeon, lamented by all worthy people of his acquaintance, who could find no fault in him, except his being a monk. Accustomed to this manner of life for some time, I became so entirely attached to music that I could think of nothing else. I went to my business with disgust. The necessary confinement and assiduity appeared an insupportable punishment, which I at length wished to relinquish, that I might give myself up without reserve to my favorite amusement. It will be readily believed that this folly met with some opposition. To give up a creditable employment and fixed salary to run after uncertain scholars was too giddy a plan to be approved of by Madame de Warrens; and even supposing my future success should prove as great as I flattered myself, it was fixing very humble limits to my ambition to think of reducing myself for life to the condition of a music master. She, who formed for me the brightest projects, and no longer trusted implicitly to the judgment of M. d'Aubonne, seeing with concern that I was so seriously occupied with a talent which she thought frivolous, frequently repeated to me that provincial proverb which does not hold quite so good in Paris: Qui bien chante et bien danse fait un métier qui peu avance. He who can sweetly sing and featly dance, his interests right little shall advance. On the other hand, she saw me hurried away by this irresistible passion, my taste for music having become a furore, and it was much to be feared that my employment, suffering by my distraction, might draw on me a discharge, which would be worse than a voluntary resignation. I represented to her that this employment could not last long, that it was necessary I should have some permanent means of subsistence, and that it would be much better to complete by practice the acquisition of that art to which my inclination led me, than to make fresh essays which possibly might not succeed, since by this means, having passed the age most proper for improvement, I might be left without a single resource for gaining a livelihood. In short, I extorted her consent more by importunity and caresses than by any satisfactory reasons. Proud of my success, I immediately ran to thank M. Coccelli, Director General of the Survey, as though I had performed the most heroic action, and quitted my employment without cause, reason, or pretext, with as much pleasure as I had accepted it 2 years before. This step, ridiculous as it may appear, procured me a kind of consideration which I found extremely useful. Some supposed I had resources which I did not possess. Others, seeing me totally given up to music, judged of my abilities by the sacrifice I had made, and concluded that with such a passion for the art, I must possess it in a superior degree. In a nation of blind men, those with one eye are kings. I passed here for an excellent master, because all the rest were very bad ones. Possessing taste in singing, and being favored by my age and figure, I soon procured more scholars than were sufficient to compensate for the losses of my secretary's pay. It is certain that had it been reasonable to consider the pleasure of my situation only, it was impossible to pass more speedily from one extreme to the other. At our measuring, I was confined 8 hours in the day to the most unentertaining employment, with yet more disagreeable company, shut up in a melancholy counting house, empoisoned by the smell and respiration of a number of clowns, the major part of whom were ill combed and very dirty. What with attention, bad air, constraint, and weariness, I was sometimes so far overcome as to occasion a vertigo. Instead of this, behold me admitted into the fashionable world, sought after in the first houses, and everywhere received with an air of satisfaction. Amiable and gay young ladies awaiting my arrival, and welcoming me with pleasure. I see nothing but charming objects, smell nothing but roses and orange flowers. Singing, chatting, laughter, and amusements perpetually succeed each other. It must be allowed that reckoning all these advantages, no hesitation was necessary in the choice. In fact, I was so content with mine that I never once repented it, nor do I even now, when, free from the irrational motives that influenced me at that time, I weigh in the scale of reason every action of my life. End of section 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 4 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 4. This is perhaps the only time that, listening to inclination, I was not deceived in my expectations. The easy access, obliging temper, and free humour of this country rendered a commerce with the world agreeable, and the inclination I then felt for it proves to me that if I have a dislike for society, it is more their fault than mine. It is a pity the Savoyards are not rich, though perhaps it would be a still greater pity if they were so, for altogether they are the best, the most sociable people that I know. And if there is a little city in the world where the pleasures of life are experienced in an agreeable and friendly commerce, it is at Chambéry. The gentry of the province who assemble there have only sufficient wealth to live, and not enough to spoil them. They cannot give way to ambition, but follow through necessity the counsel of Cineas, devoting their youth to a military employment, and returning home to grow old in peace, an arrangement over which honor and reason equally preside. The women are handsome, yet do not stand in need of beauty, since they possess all those qualifications which enhance its value, and even supply the want of it. It is remarkable that being obliged by my profession to see a number of young girls, I do not recollect one at Chambéry but what was charming. It will be said I was disposed to find them so, and perhaps there may be some truth in the surmise. I cannot remember my young scholars without pleasure. Why, in naming the most amiable, cannot I recall them and myself also to that happy age in which our moments, pleasing as innocent, were passed with such happiness together? The first was Mademoiselle de Melarede, my neighbor, and sister to a pupil of Monsieur Gaime. She was a fine, clear brunette, lively and graceful, without giddiness, thin, as girls of that age usually are, but her bright eyes, fine shape, and easy air rendered her sufficiently pleasing, with that degree of plumpness which would have given a heightening to her charms. I went there of mornings, when she was usually in her deshabille, her hair carelessly turned up, and on my arrival ornamented with a flower, which was taken off at my departure for her hair to be dressed. There is nothing I fear so much as a pretty woman in an elegant deshabille. I should dread them 100 times less in full dress. Mademoiselle de Menthon, whom I attended in the afternoon, was ever so. She made an equally pleasing, but quite different impression on me. Her hair was flaxen, her person delicate. She was very timid and extremely fair, had a clear voice capable of just modulation, but which she had not courage to employ to its full extent. She had the mark of a scald on her bosom, which a scanty piece of blue chenille did not entirely cover. This scar sometimes drew my attention, though not absolutely on its own account. Mademoiselle Deschales, another of my neighbors, was a woman grown, tall, well formed, jolly, very pleasing, though not a beauty, and might be quoted for her gracefulness, equal temper, and good humor. Her sister, Madame de Charly, the handsomest woman of Chambéry, did not learn music, but I taught her daughter, who was yet young, but whose growing beauty promised to equal her mother's, if she had not, unfortunately, been a little red-haired. I had likewise among my scholars a little French lady, whose name I have forgotten, but who merits a place in my list of preferences. She had adopted the slow, drawling tone of the nuns, in which voice she would utter some very keen things, which did not in the least appear to correspond with her manner. But she was indolent, and could not generally take pains to show her wit, that being a favor she did not grant to every one. After a month or two of negligent attendance, this was an expedient she devised to make me more assiduous, for I could not easily persuade myself to be so. When with my scholars, I was fond enough of teaching, but could not bear the idea of being obliged to attend at a particular hour. Constraint and subjection in every shape are to me insupportable, and alone sufficient to make me hate even pleasure itself. I had some scholars likewise among the tradespeople, and among others one who was the indirect cause of a change of relationship, which, as I have promised to declare all, I must relate in its place. She was the daughter of a grocer, and was called Mademoiselle Lard, a perfect model for a Grecian statue, and whom I should quote for the handsomest girl I have ever seen, if true beauty could exist without life or soul. Her indolence, reserve, and insensibility were inconceivable. It was equally impossible to please or make her angry, and I am convinced that had any one formed a design upon her virtue, he might have succeeded, not through her inclination, but from her stupidity. Her mother, who would run no risk of this, did not leave her a single moment. In having her taught to sing, and providing a young master, she had hoped to enliven her, but it all proved ineffectual. While the master was admiring the daughter, the mother was admiring the master. But this was equally lost labor. Madame Lard added to her natural vivacity that portion of sprightliness which should have belonged to the daughter. She was a little, ugly, lively trollop, with small twinkling ferret eyes, and marked with smallpox. On my arrival in the morning, I always found my coffee and cream ready, and the mother never failed to welcome me with a kiss on the lips, which I would willingly have returned the daughter, to see how she would have received it. All this was done with such an air of carelessness and simplicity, that even when Monsieur Lard was present, her kisses and caresses were not omitted. He was a good quiet fellow, the true original of his daughter, nor did his wife endeavor to deceive him, because there was absolutely no occasion for it. I received all these caresses with my usual stupidity, taking them only for marks of pure friendship, though they were sometimes troublesome; for the lively Madame Lard was displeased if during the day I passed the shop without calling. It became necessary, therefore, when I had no time to spare, to go out of my way through another street, well knowing it was not so easy to quit her house as to enter it. Madame Lard thought so much of me that I could not avoid thinking something of her. Her attentions affected me greatly, and I spoke of them to Madame de Warrens, without supposing any mystery in the matter. But had there been one, I should equally have divulged it, for to have kept a secret of any kind from her would have been impossible. My heart lay as open to Madame de Warrens as to heaven. She did not understand the matter quite so simply as I had done, but saw advances where I only discovered friendship. She concluded that Madame Lard would make a point of not leaving me as great a fool as she found me, and some way or other contrive to make herself understood. But, exclusive of the consideration that it was not just that another should undertake the instruction of her pupil, she had motives more worthy of her, wishing to guard me against the snares to which my youth and inexperience exposed me. Meantime, a more dangerous temptation offered, which I likewise escaped, but which proved to her that such a succession of dangers required every preservative she could possibly apply. The Comtesse de Menthon, mother to one of my scholars, was a woman of great wit, and reckoned to possess at least an equal share of mischief, having, as was reported, caused a number of quarrels, and among others one that terminated fatally for the house of d'Entremont. Madame de Warrens had seen enough of her to know her character, for having very innocently pleased some person to whom Madame de Menthon had pretensions, she found her guilty of the crime of this preference, though Madame de Warrens had neither sought after nor accepted it, and from that moment endeavored to play her rival a number of ill turns, none of which succeeded. I shall relate one of the most whimsical, by way of specimen. They were together in the country with several gentlemen of the neighborhood, and among the rest the lover in question. Madame de Menthon took an opportunity to say to one of these gentlemen that Madame de Warrens was a prude, that she dressed ill, and particularly that she covered her neck like a tradeswoman. "Oh, for that matter," replied the person she was speaking to, who was fond of a joke, "she has good reason, for I know she is marked with a great ugly rat on her bosom, so naturally that it even appears to be running." Hatred as well as love renders its votaries credulous. Madame de Menthon resolved to make use of this discovery, and one day, while Madame de Warrens was at cards with this lady's ungrateful favorite, she contrived, in passing behind her rival, almost to overset the chair she sat on, and at the same instant very dexterously displaced her handkerchief. But instead of this hideous rat, the gentleman beheld a far different object, which it was not more easy to forget than to obtain a sight of, and which by no means answered the intentions of the lady. I was not calculated to engross the attention of Madame de Menthon, who loved to be surrounded by brilliant company. Notwithstanding, she bestowed some attention on me, not for the sake of my person, which she certainly did not regard, but for the reputation of wit which I had acquired, and which might have rendered me convenient to her predominant inclination. She had a very lively passion for ridicule, and loved to write songs and lampoons on those who displeased her. Had she found me possessed of sufficient talents to aid the fabrication of her verses, and complaisance enough to do so, we should presently have turned Chambéry upside down. These libels would have been traced to their source. Madame de Menthon would have saved herself by sacrificing me, and I should have been cooped up in prison, perhaps for the rest of my life, as a recompense for having figured away as the Apollo of the ladies. Fortunately, nothing of this kind happened. Madame de Menthon made me stay for dinner 2 or 3 days to chat with me, and soon found I was too dull for her purpose. I felt this myself, and was humiliated at the discovery, envying the talents of my friend Venture, though I should rather have been obliged to my stupidity for keeping me out of the reach of danger. I remained, therefore, Madame de Menthon's daughter's singing master, and nothing more. But I lived happily, and was ever well received at Chambery, which was 1,000 times more desirable than passing for a wit with her, and for a serpent with everybody else. End of section 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 5 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 5. However this might be, Madame de Warrens conceived it necessary to guard me from the perils of youth by treating me as a man. This she immediately set about, but in the most extraordinary manner that any woman in similar circumstances ever devised. I all at once observed that her manner was graver, and her discourse more moral than usual. To the playful gaiety with which she used to intermingle her instructions, suddenly succeeded an uniformity of manner, neither familiar nor severe, but which seemed to prepare me for some explanation. After having vainly racked my brain for the reason of this change, I mentioned it to her. This she had expected, and immediately proposed a walk to our garden the next day. Accordingly we went there the next morning. She had contrived that we should remain alone the whole day, which she employed in preparing me for those favors she meant to bestow, not as another woman would have done, by toying and folly, but by discourses full of sentiment and reason, rather tending to instruct than seduce, and which spoke more to my heart than to my senses. Meantime, however excellent and to the purpose these discourses might be, and though far enough from coldness or melancholy, I did not listen to them with all the attention they merited, nor fix them in my memory as I should have done at any other time. That air of preparation which she had adopted gave me a degree of inquietude. While she spoke, in spite of myself, I was thoughtful and absent, attending less to what she said than curious to know what she aimed at. And no sooner had I comprehended her design, which I could not easily do, than the novelty of the idea, which during all the years I had passed with her had never once entered my imagination, took such entire possession of me, that I was no longer capable of minding what she said. I only thought of her, I heard her no longer. Thinking to render young minds attentive to reason by proposing some highly interesting object as the result of it, is an error instructors frequently run into, and one which I have not avoided in my Emile. The young pupil, struck with the object presented to him, is occupied only with that, and leaping lightly over your preliminary discourses, lights at once on the point to which, in his idea, you lead him too tediously. To render him attentive, he must be prevented from seeing the whole of your design, and in this particular Madame de Warrens did not act with sufficient precaution. By a singularity which adhered to her systematic disposition, she took the vain precaution of proposing conditions. But the moment I knew the purchase, I no longer even heard them, but immediately consented to everything. And I doubt whether there is a man on the whole earth who would have been sincere or courageous enough to dispute terms, or one single woman who would have pardoned such a dispute. By a continuation of the same whimsicality, she attached a number of the gravest formalities to the acquisition of her favors, and gave me 8 days to think of them, which I assured her I had no need of, though that assurance was far from a truth; for to complete this assemblage of singularities, I was very glad to have this intermission, so much had the novelty of these ideas struck me, and such disorder did I feel in mine, that it required time to arrange them. It will be supposed that these 8 days appeared to me as many ages. On the contrary, I should have been very glad had the time been lengthened. I find it difficult to describe the state I found myself in. It was a strange chaos of fear and impatience, dreading what I desired, and studying some civil pretext to evade my happiness. Let the warmth of my constitution be remembered, my age, and my heart intoxicated with love. Let my tender attachment to her be supposed, which, far from having diminished, had daily gained additional strength. Let it be considered that I was only happy when with her, that my heart was full, not only of her bounty, of her amiable disposition, but of her shape, of her person, of herself. In a word, conceive me united to her by every affinity that could possibly render her dear. Nor let it be supposed that being 10 or 12 years older than myself, she began to grow an old woman, or was so in my opinion. From the time the first sight of her had made such an impression on me, she had really altered very little, and in my mind not at all. To me she was ever charming, and was still thought so by everyone. She had got something jollier, but had the same fine eyes, the same clear complexion, the same features, the same beautiful light hair, the same gaiety, and even the same voice, whose youthful and silvery sound made so lively an impression on my heart, that even to this day I cannot hear a young woman's voice that is at all harmonious without emotion. It will be seen that in a more advanced age, the bare idea of some trifling favors I had to expect from the person I loved inflamed me so far that I could not support with any degree of patience the time necessary to traverse the short space that separated us. How then, by what miracle, when in the flower of my youth, had I so little impatience for a happiness I had never tasted but in idea? How could I see the moment advancing with more pain than pleasure? Why, instead of transports that should have intoxicated me with their deliciousness, did I experience only fears and repugnance? I have no doubt that if I could have avoided this happiness with any degree of decency, I should have relinquished it with all my heart. I have promised a number of extravagancies in the history of my attachment to her. This certainly is one that no idea could be formed of. The reader, already disgusted, supposes that being in the situation I have before described with Claudanet, she was already degraded in my opinion by this participation of her favors, and that a sentiment of disesteem weakened those she had before inspired me with. But he is mistaken. 'Tis true that this participation gave me a cruel uneasiness, as well from a very natural sentiment of delicacy as because it appeared unworthy both of her and myself. But as to my sentiments for her, they were still the same, and I can solemnly aver that I never loved her more tenderly than when I felt so little propensity to avail myself of her condescension. I was too well acquainted with the chastity of her heart and the iciness of her constitution to suppose a moment that the gratification of the senses had any influence over her. I was well convinced that her only motive was to guard me from dangers, which appeared otherwise inevitable, by this extraordinary favor, which she did not consider in the same light that women usually do, as will presently be explained. The habit of living a long time innocently together, far from weakening the first sentiments I felt for her, had contributed to strengthen them, giving a more lively, a more tender, but at the same time a less sensual turn to my affection. Having ever accustomed myself to call her mamma, as formerly observed, and enjoying the familiarity of a son, it became natural to consider myself as such, and I am inclined to think that this was the true reason of that insensibility with a person I so tenderly loved. For I can perfectly recollect that my emotions on first seeing her, though not more lively, were more voluptuous. At Annecy I was intoxicated; at Chambéry I possessed my reason. I always loved her as passionately as possible, but I now loved her more for herself, and less on my own account; or at least I rather sought for happiness than pleasure in her company. She was more to me than a sister, a mother, a friend, or even than a mistress, and for this very reason she was not a mistress. In a word, I loved her too much to desire her. This day, more dreaded than hoped for, at length arrived. I have before observed that I promised everything that was required of me, and I kept my word. My heart confirmed my engagements without desiring the fruits, though at length I obtained them. Was I happy? No. I felt I know not what invincible sadness which empoisoned my happiness. It seemed that I had committed an incest. And 2 or 3 times, pressing her eagerly in my arms, I deluged her bosom with my tears. On her part, as she had never sought pleasure, she had not the stings of remorse. I repeat it, all her failings were the effect of her errors, never of her passions. She was well born, her heart was pure, her manners noble, her desires regular and virtuous, her taste delicate. She seemed formed for that elegant purity of manners which she ever loved, but never practiced, because instead of listening to the dictates of her heart, she followed those of her reason, which led her astray. For when once corrupted by false principles, it will ever run counter to its natural sentiments. Unhappily, she piqued herself on philosophy, and the morals she drew from thence clouded the genuine purity of her heart. Monsieur Tavel, her first lover, was also her instructor in this philosophy, and the principles he instilled into her mind were such as tended to seduce her. Finding her cold and impregnable on the side of her passions, and firmly attached to her husband and her duty, he attacked her by sophisms, endeavoring to prove that the list of duties she thought so sacred was but a sort of catechism fit only for children, that the kind of infidelity she thought so terrible was in itself absolutely indifferent, that all the morality of conjugal faith consisted in opinion, the contentment of husbands being the only reasonable rule of duty in wives. Consequently, that concealed infidelities, doing no injury, could be no crime. In a word, he persuaded her that the sin consisted only in the scandal, that woman being really virtuous who took care to appear so. Thus the deceiver obtained his end in the subverting the reason of a girl, whose heart he found it impossible to corrupt, and received his punishment in a devouring jealousy, being persuaded she would treat him as he had prevailed on her to treat her husband. I don't know whether he was mistaken in this respect. The minister Perret passed for his successor. All I know is that the coldness of temperament, which it might have been supposed would have kept her from embracing this system, in the end prevented her from renouncing it. She could not conceive how so much importance should be given to what seemed to have none for her, nor could she honor with the name of virtue an abstinence which would have cost her little. She did not, therefore, give in to this false principle on her own account, but for the sake of others, and that from another maxim almost as false as the former, but more consonant to the generosity of her disposition. She was persuaded that nothing could attach a man so truly to any woman as an unbounded freedom, and though she was only susceptible of friendship, this friendship was so tender that she made use of every means which depended on her to secure the objects of it, and, which is very extraordinary, almost always succeeded. For she was so truly amiable, that an increase of intimacy was sure to discover additional reasons to love and respect her. Another thing worthy of remark is that after her first folly, she only favored the unfortunate. Lovers in a more brilliant station lost their labor with her, but the man who at first attracted her pity must have possessed very few good qualities if in the end he did not obtain her affection. Even when she made an unworthy choice, far from proceeding from base inclinations, which were strangers to her noble heart, it was the effect of a disposition too generous, humane, compassionate, and sensible, which she did not always govern with sufficient discernment. End of section 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 6 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 6. If some false principles misled her, how many admirable ones did she not possess, which never forsook her? By how many virtues did she atone for her failings, if we can call by that name errors in which the senses had so little share? The man who in one particular deceived her so completely had given her excellent instructions in 1,000 others, and her passions, being far from turbulent, permitted her to follow the dictates. She ever acted wisely when her sophisms did not intervene, and her designs were laudable even in her failings. False principles might lead her to do ill, but she never did anything which she conceived to be wrong. She abhorred lying and duplicity, was just, equitable, humane, disinterested, true to her word, her friends, and those duties which she conceived to be such, incapable of hatred or revenge, and not even conceiving that there was a merit in pardoning. In fine, to return to those qualities which were less excusable, though she did not properly value, she never made a vile commerce of her favors. She lavished, but never sold them, though continually reduced to expedients for a subsistence. And I dare assert that if Socrates could esteem Aspasia, he would have respected Madame de Warrens. I am well aware that ascribing sensibility of heart with coldness of temperament to the same person, I shall generally, and with great appearance of reason, be accused of a contradiction. Perhaps nature sported or blundered, and this combination ought not to have existed. I only know it did exist. All those who know Madame de Warrens, a great number of whom are yet living, have had opportunities of knowing this was a fact. I dare even aver she had but one pleasure in the world, which was serving those she loved. Let every one argue on the point as he pleases, and gravely prove that this cannot be. My business is to declare the truth, and not to enforce a belief of it. I became acquainted with the particulars I have just related in those conversations which succeeded our union, and alone rendered it delicious. She was right when she concluded her complaisance would be useful to me. I derived great advantages from it in point of useful instruction. Hitherto she had used me as a child; she now began to treat me as a man, and entertain me with accounts of herself. Everything she said was so interesting, and I was so sensibly touched with it, that reasoning with myself, I applied these confidential relations to my own improvement, and received more instruction from them than from her teaching. When we truly feel that the heart speaks, our own opens to receive its instructions, nor can all the pompous morality of a pedagogue have half the effect that is produced by the tender, affectionate, and artless conversation of a sensible woman on him who loves her. The intimacy in which I lived with Madame de Warrens having placed me more advantageously in her opinion than formerly, she began to think, notwithstanding my awkward manner, that I deserved cultivation for the polite world, and that if I could one day show myself there in an eligible situation, I should soon be able to make my way. In consequence of this idea, she set about forming not only my judgment, but my address, endeavoring to render me amiable as well as estimable. And if it is true that success in this world is consistent with strict virtue, which for my part I do not believe, I am certain there is no other road than that she had taken, and wished to point out to me. For Madame de Warrens knew mankind, and understood exquisitely well the art of treating all ranks, without falsehood and without imprudence, neither deceiving nor provoking them. But this art was rather in her disposition than her precepts; she knew better how to practice than explain it, and I was of all the world the least calculated to become master of such an attainment. Accordingly, the means employed for this purpose were nearly lost labor, as well as the pains she took to procure me a fencing and a dancing master. Though very well made, I could never learn to dance a minuet; for being plagued with corns, I had acquired a habit of walking on my heels, which Roche, the dancing master, could never break me of. It was still worse at the fencing school, where after 3 months' practice I made but very little progress, and could never attempt fencing with any but my master. My wrist was not supple enough, nor my arm sufficiently firm to retain the foil, whenever he chose to make it fly out of my hand. Add to this, I had a mortal aversion both to the art itself and to the person who undertook to teach it to me, nor should I ever have imagined that any one could have been so proud of the science of sending men out of the world. To bring this vast genius within the compass of my comprehension, he explained himself by comparisons drawn from music, which he understood nothing of. He found striking analogies between a hit in quarte or tierce, with the intervals of music which bear those names. When he made a feint, he cried out, "Take care of this diesis," because anciently they called the diesis a feint. And when he had made the foil fly from my hand, he would add with a sneer that this was a pause. In a word, I never in my life saw a more insupportable pedant. I made therefore but little progress in my exercises, which I presently quitted from pure disgust. But I succeeded better in an art of 1,000 times more value, namely, that of being content with my situation, and not desiring one more brilliant, for which I began to be persuaded that nature had not designed me. Given up to the endeavor of rendering Madam de Warrens happy, I was ever best pleased when in her company, and notwithstanding my fondness for music, began to grudge the time I employed in giving lessons to my scholars. I am ignorant whether Anet perceived the full extent of our union, but I am inclined to think he was no stranger to it. He was a young man of great penetration, and still greater discretion, who never belied his sentiments, but did not always speak them. Without giving me the least hint that he was acquainted with our intimacy, he appeared by his conduct to be so. Nor did this moderation proceed from baseness of soul, but having entered entirely into the principles of his mistress, he could not reasonably disapprove of the natural consequences of them. Though as young as herself, he was so grave and thoughtful, that he looked on us as two children who required indulgence, and we regarded him as a respectable man, whose esteem we had to preserve. It was not until after she was unfaithful to Anet that I learned the strength of her attachment to him. She was fully sensible that I only thought, felt, or lived for her. She let me see, therefore, how much she loved Anet, that I might love him likewise, and dwell less on her friendship than on her esteem for him, because this was the sentiment that I could most fully partake of. How often has she affected our hearts, and made us embrace with tears, by assuring us that we were both necessary to her happiness! Let not women read this with an ill natured smile. With the temperament she possessed, this necessity was not equivocal, it was only that of the heart. Thus there was established among us three a union without example, perhaps, on the face of the earth. All our wishes, our cares, our very hearts were for each other, and absolutely confined to this little circle. The habit of living together, and living exclusively from the rest of the world, became so strong, that if at our repasts one of the three was wanting, or a fourth person came in, everything seemed deranged, and notwithstanding our particular attachments, even our tete-a-tete were less agreeable than our reunion. What banished every species of constraint from our little community was a lively reciprocal confidence, and dullness or insipidity could find no place among us, because we were always fully employed. Madame de Warrens, always projecting, always busy, left us no time for idleness, though indeed we had each sufficient employment on our own account. It is my maxim that idleness is as much the pest of society as of solitude. Nothing more contracts the mind, or engenders more tales, mischief, gossiping, and lies, than for people to be eternally shut up in the same apartment together, and reduced from the want of employment to the necessity of an incessant chat. When every one is busy, unless you have really something to say, you may continue silent. But if you have nothing to do, you must absolutely speak continually. And this, in my mind, is the most burdensome and the most dangerous constraint. I will go further, and maintain that to render company harmless as well as agreeable, it is necessary not only that they should have something to do, but something that requires a degree of attention. Knitting, for instance, is absolutely as bad as doing nothing. You must take as much pains to amuse a woman whose fingers are thus employed as if she sat with her arms crossed. But let her embroider, and it is a different matter. She is then so far busied that a few intervals of silence may be borne with. What is most disgusting and ridiculous during these intermissions of conversation is to see perhaps a dozen overgrown fellows get up, sit down again, walk backwards and forwards, turn on their heels, play with the chimney ornaments, and rack their brains to maintain an inexhaustible chain of words. What a charming occupation! Such people, wherever they go, must be troublesome both to others and themselves. When I was at Moutier, I used to employ myself in making laces with my neighbors, and were I again to mix with the world, I would always carry a cup and ball in my pocket. I should sometimes play with it the whole day, that I might not be constrained to speak when I had nothing to discourse about. And I am persuaded that if every one would do the same, mankind would be less mischievous, their company would become more rational, and in my opinion a vast deal more agreeable. In a word, let wits laugh if they please, but I maintain that the only practical lesson of morality within the reach of the present age is that of the cup and ball. End of section 6. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 7 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 7. At Chambéry they did not give us the trouble of studying expedients to avoid weariness when by ourselves, for a troop of important visitors gave us too much by their company to feel any when alone. The annoyance they formerly gave me had not diminished. All the difference was, that I now found less opportunity to abandon myself to my dissatisfaction. Poor Madame de Warrens had not lost her old predilection for schemes and systems. On the contrary, the more she felt the pressure of her domestic necessities, the more she endeavored to extricate herself from them by visionary projects, and in proportion to the decrease of her present resources, she contrived to enlarge in idea those of the future. Increase of years only strengthened this folly. As she lost her relish for the pleasures of the world and youth, she replaced it by an additional fondness for secrets and projects. Her house was never clear of quacks, contrivers of new manufactures, alchemists, projects of all kinds and of all descriptions, whose discourses began by a distribution of millions, and concluded by giving you to understand that they were in want of a crown piece. No one went from her empty-handed, and what astonished me most was how she could so long support such profusion, without exhausting the source, or wearying her creditors. Her principal project at the time I am now speaking of was that of establishing a royal physic garden at Chambéry, with a demonstrator attached to it. It will be unnecessary to add for whom this office was designed. The situation of this city, in the midst of the Alps, was extremely favorable to botany, and as Madame de Warrens was always for helping out one project with another, a college of pharmacy was to be added, which really would have been a very useful foundation in so poor a country, where apothecaries are almost the only medical practitioners. The retreat of the chief physician, Grossi, to Chambéry on the demise of King Victor seemed to favor this idea, or perhaps first suggest it. However this may be, by flattery and attention she set about managing Grossi, who in fact was not very manageable, being the most caustic and brutal for a man who had any pretensions to the quality of a gentleman that ever I knew. The reader may judge for himself by 2 or 3 traits of character which I shall add by way of specimen. He assisted one day at a consultation with some other doctors, and among the rest a young gentleman from Annecy, who was physician in ordinary to the sick person. This young man, being but indifferently taught for a doctor, was bold enough to differ in opinion from Monsieur Grossi, who only answered him by asking him when he should return, which way he meant to take, and what conveyance he should make use of. The other, having satisfied Grossi in these particulars, asked him if there was anything he could serve him in. Nothing, nothing, answered he, only I shall place myself at a window in your way, that I may have the pleasure of seeing an ass ride on horseback." His avarice equalled his riches and want of feeling. One of his friends wanted to borrow some money of him, on good security. "My friend," answered he, shaking him by the arm, and grinding his teeth, "should St. Peter descend from heaven to borrow 10 pistoles of me, and offer the Trinity as securities, I would not lend them." One day, being invited to dinner with Count Picon, governor of Savoy, who was very religious, he arrived before it was ready, and found his Excellency busy with his devotions, who proposed to him the same employment. Not knowing how to refuse, he knelt down with a frightful grimace, but had hardly recited 2 Ave Marias, when, not being able to contain himself any longer, he rose hastily, snatched his hat and cane, and without speaking a word was making towards the door. Count Picon ran after him, crying, "Monsieur Grossi, Monsieur Grossi, stop, there's a most excellent ortolan on the spit for you." "Monsieur le Count," replied the other, turning his head, "though you should give me a roasted angel, I would not stay." Such was Monsieur Grossi, whom Madam de Warrens undertook and succeeded in civilizing. Though his time was very much occupied, he accustomed himself to come frequently to her house, conceived a friendship for Anet, seemed to think him intelligent, spoke of him with esteem, and, what would not have been expected of such a brute, affected to treat him with respect, wishing to efface the impressions of the past. For though Anet was no longer on the footing of a domestic, it was known that he had been one, and nothing less than the countenance and example of the chief physician was necessary to set an example of respect which would not otherwise have been paid him. Thus Claude Anet, with a black coat, a well dressed wig, a grave, decent behavior, a circumspect conduct, and a tolerable knowledge in medical and botanical matters, might reasonably have hoped to fill, with universal satisfaction, the place of public demonstrator, had the proposed establishment taken place. Grossi highly approved the plan, and only waited an opportunity to propose it to the administration, whenever a return of peace should permit them to think of useful institutions, and enable them to spare the necessary pecuniary supplies. But this project, whose execution would probably have plunged me into botanical studies, for which I am inclined to think nature designed me, failed through one of those unexpected strokes which frequently overthrow the best concerted plans. I was destined to become an example of human misery. And it might be said that Providence, who called me by degrees to these extraordinary trials, disconcerted every opportunity that could prevent my encountering them. In an excursion which Anet made to the top of the mountain to seek for genipe, a scarce plant that grows only on the Alps, and which Monsieur Grossi had occasion for, unfortunately he heated himself so much that he was seized with a pleurisy, which the genipe could not relieve, though said to be specific in that disorder; and notwithstanding all the art of Grossi, who certainly was very skillful, and all the care of his good mistress and myself, he died, the 5th day of his disorder, in the most cruel agonies. During his illness he had no exhortations but mine, bestowed with such transports of grief and zeal, that had he been in a state to understand them, they must have been some consolation to him. Thus I lost the firmest friend I ever had, a man estimable and extraordinary, in whom nature supplied the defects of education, and who, though in a state of servitude, possessed all the virtues necessary to form a great man, which perhaps he would have shown himself, and been acknowledged, had he lived to fill the situation he seemed so perfectly adapted to. The next day I spoke of him to Madam de Warrens with the most sincere and lively affection, when suddenly, in the midst of our conversation, the vile, ungrateful thought occurred that I should inherit his wardrobe, and particularly a handsome black coat which I thought very becoming. As I thought this, I consequently uttered it; for when with her, to think and to speak was the same thing. Nothing could have made her feel more forcibly the loss she had sustained than this unworthy and odious observation. Disinterestedness and greatness of soul being qualities that poor Anet had eminently possessed. The generous Madam de Warrens turned from me, and without any reply, burst into tears. Dear and precious tears! Your reprehension was fully felt. Ye ran into my very heart, washing from thence even the smallest traces of such despicable and unworthy sentiments, never to return. This loss caused Madam de Warrens as much inconvenience as sorrow, since from this moment her affairs were still more deranged. Anet was extremely exact, and kept everything in order. His vigilance was universally feared, and this set some bounds to that profusion they were too apt to run into. Even Madam de Warrens, to avoid his censure, kept her dissipation within bounds. His attachment was not sufficient; she wished to preserve his esteem, and avoid the just remonstrances he sometimes took the liberty to make her, by representing that she squandered the property of others as well as her own. I thought as he did, nay, I even sometimes expressed myself to the same effect, but had not an equal ascendancy over her, and my advice did not make the same impression. On his decease, I was obliged to occupy his place, for which I had as little inclination as abilities, and therefore filled it ill. I was not sufficiently careful, and so very timid, that though I frequently found fault to myself, I saw ill management without taking courage to oppose it. Besides, though I acquired an equal share of respect, I had not the same authority. I saw the disorder that prevailed, trembled at it, sometimes complained, but was never attended to. I was too young and lively to have any pretensions to the exercise of reason, and when I would have acted the reformer, Madame de Warrens, calling me her little mentor, with 2 or 3 playful slaps on the cheek, reduced me to my natural thoughtlessness. Notwithstanding, an idea of the certain distress in which her ill regulated expenses sooner or later must necessarily plunge her, made a stronger impression on me since I had become the inspector of her household, and had a better opportunity of calculating the inequality that subsisted between her income and her expenses. I even date from this period the beginning of that inclination to avarice, which I have ever since been sensible of. I was never foolishly prodigal, except by intervals; but till then I was never concerned whether I had much or little money. I now began to pay more attention to this circumstance, taking care of my purse, and becoming mean from a laudable motive; for I only sought to insure Madame de Warrens some resources against that catastrophe which I dreaded the approach of. I feared her creditors would seize her pension, or that it might be discontinued, and she reduced to want, when I foolishly imagined that the trifle I could save might be of essential service to her. But to accomplish this, it was necessary I should conceal what I meant to make a reserve of; for it would have been an awkward circumstance, while she was perpetually driven to expedients, to have her know that I hoarded money. Accordingly, I sought out some hiding place, where I laid up a few louis, resolving to augment this stock from time to time, till a convenient opportunity to lay it at her feet. But I was so incautious in the choice of my repositories, that she always discovered them, and to convince me that she did so, changed the louis I had concealed for a larger sum in different pieces of coin. Ashamed of these discoveries, I brought back to the common purse my little treasure, which she never failed to lay out in clothes or other things for my use, such as a silver hilted sword, watch, etc., being convinced that I should never succeed in accumulating money, and that what I could save would furnish but a very slender resource against the misfortune I dreaded, made me wish to place myself in such a situation that I might be enabled to provide for her whenever she might chance to be reduced to want. Unhappily, seeking these resources on the side of my inclinations, I foolishly determined to consider music as my principal dependence; and ideas of harmony rising in my brain, I imagined that if placed in a proper situation to profit by them, I should acquire celebrity, and presently become a modern Orpheus, whose mystic sounds would attract all the riches of Peru. As I began to read music tolerably well, the question was, how should I learn composition? The difficulty lay in meeting with a good master, for with the assistance of my Rameau alone, I despaired of ever being able to accomplish it; and since the departure of Monsieur le Maitre, There was nobody in Savoy who understood anything of the principles of harmony. End of Section 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 8 of Confessions, Volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 8. I am now about to relate another of those inconsequences which my life is full of, and which have so frequently carried me directly from my designs, even when I thought myself immediately within reach of them. Venture had spoken to me in very high terms of the Abbe Blanchard, who had taught him composition, a deserving man, possessed of great talents, who was music master to the cathedral at Besançon, and is now in that capacity at the chapel of Versailles. I therefore determined to go to Besançon and take some lessons from the Abbe Blanchard, and the idea appeared so rational to me that I soon made Madame de Warrens of the same opinion, who immediately set about the preparations for my journey in the same style of profusion with which all her plans were executed. Thus this project for preventing a bankruptcy and repairing in future the waste of dissipation began by causing her to expend 800 livres, her ruin being accelerated that I might be put in a condition to prevent it. Foolish as this conduct may appear, the illusion was complete on my part, and even on hers, for I was persuaded I should labor for her emolument, and she thought she was highly promoting mine. I expected to find Venture still at Annecy, and promised myself to obtain a recommendatory letter from him to the Abbe Blanchard. But he had left that place, and I was obliged to content myself in the room of it with a mass in 4 parts of his composition, which he had left with me. With this slender recommendation, I set out for Besançon by way of Geneva, where I saw my relations, and through Nyons, where I saw my father, who received me in his usual manner, and promised to forward my portmanteau, which, as I travelled on horseback, came after me. I arrived at Besançon, and was kindly received by the Abbe Blanchard, who promised me his instruction, and offered his services in any other particular. We had just set about our music, when I received a letter from my father, informing me that my portmanteau had been seized and confiscated at Rousse, a French barrier on the side of Switzerland. Alarmed at the news, I employed the acquaintance I had formed at Besançon to learn the motive of this confiscation. Being certain there was nothing contraband among my baggage, I could not conceive on what pretext it could have been seized on. At length, however, I learned the rights of the story, which, as it is a very curious one, must not be omitted. I became acquainted at Chambéry with a very worthy old man from Lyons, named Monsieur Duvivier, who had been employed at the Visa, under the Regency, and for want of other business now assisted at the survey. He had lived in the polite world, possessed talents, was good humored, and understood music. As we both wrote in the same chamber, we preferred each other's acquaintance to that of the unlicked cubs that surrounded us. He had some correspondents at Paris who furnished him with those little nothings, those daily novelties which circulate one knows not why, and die one cares not when, without any one thinking of them longer than they are heard. As I sometimes took him to dine with Madame de Warrens, he in some measure treated me with respect, and wishing to render himself agreeable, endeavored to make me fond of these trifles, for which I naturally had such a distaste that I never in my life read any of them. Unhappily, one of these cursed papers happened to be in the waistcoat pocket of a new suit, which I had only worn 2 or 3 times, to prevent its being seized by the commissioners of the customs. This paper contained an insipid Jansenist parody on that beautiful scene in Racine's Mithridates. I had not read 10 lines of it, but by forgetfulness left it in my pocket, and this caused all my necessaries to be confiscated. The commissioners at the head of the inventory of my portmanteau set a most pompous verbal process, in which it was taken for granted that this most terrible writing came from Geneva for the sole purpose of being printed and distributed in France, and then ran into holy invectives against the enemies of God and the Church, and praised the pious vigilance of those who had prevented the execution of these most infernal machinations. They doubtless found also that my shirts smelt of heresy, for on the strength of this dreadful paper they were all seized, and from that time I never received any account of my unfortunate portmanteau. The revenue officers whom I applied to for this purpose required so many instructions, informations, certificates, memorials, etc., etc., that, lost 1,000 times in the perplexing labyrinth, I was glad to abandon them entirely. I feel a real regret for not having preserved this verbal process from the office of Rousse, for it was a piece calculated to hold a distinguished rank in the collection which is to accompany this work. The loss of my necessities immediately brought me back to Chambéry, without having learned anything of the Abbe Blanchard. Reasoning with myself on the events of this journey, and seeing that misfortunes attended all my enterprises, I resolved to attach myself entirely to Madame de Warrens, to share her fortune, and distress myself no longer about future events, which I could not regulate. She received me as if I had brought back treasures, replaced by degrees my little wardrobe, and though this misfortune fell heavy enough on us both, it was forgotten almost as suddenly as it arrived. Though this mischance had rather dampened my musical ardor, I did not leave off studying my Rameau, and by repeated efforts was at length able to understand it, and to make some little attempts at composition, the success of which encouraged me to proceed. The Comte de Bellegarde son of the Marquis d'Entremont, had returned from Dresden after the death of King Augustus. Having long resided at Paris, he was fond of music, and particularly that of Rameau. His brother, the Comte de Nangis, played on the violin. The Comtesse de la Tour, their sister, sung tolerably. This rendered music the fashion at Chambéry, and a kind of public concert was established there, the direction of which was at first designed for me. But they soon discovered I was not competent to the undertaking, and it was otherwise arranged. Notwithstanding this, I continued writing a number of little pieces, in my own way, and among others a cantata, which gained great approbation. It could not indeed be called a finished piece, but the airs were written in a style of novelty, and produced a good effect, which was not expected from me. These gentlemen could not believe that, reading music so indifferently, it was possible I should compose any that was passable, and made no doubt that I had taken to myself the credit of some other person's labors. M. de Nangis, wishing to be assured of this, called on me one morning with a cantata of Clérambault's, which he had transposed, as he said, to suit his voice, and to which another bass was necessary, the transposition having rendered that of Clérambault impracticable. I answered, it required considerable labor, and could not be done on the spot. Being convinced I only sought an excuse, he pressed me to write at least the bass to a recitative. I did so, not well, doubtless, because to attempt anything with success I must have both time and freedom, but I did it at least according to rule, and he being present could not doubt but I understood the elements of composition. I did not therefore lose my scholars, though it hurt my pride that there should be a concert at Chambéry in which I was not necessary. About this time, peace being concluded, the French army repassed the Alps. Several officers came to visit Madame de Warrens, and among others, the Comte de Lautrec, colonel of the regiment of Orleans, since plenipotentiary of Geneva, and afterwards Marshal of France, to whom she presented me. On her recommendation, he appeared to interest himself greatly in my behalf, promising a great deal, which he never remembered till the last year of his life, when I no longer stood in need of his assistance. The young Marquis de Senectaire, whose father was then ambassador at Turin, passed through Chambéry at the same time, and dined one day at M. de Menton's, when I happened to be among the guests. After dinner, the discourse turned on music, which the Marquis understood extremely well. The opera of Jephthah was then new. He mentioned this piece, it was brought him, and he made me tremble by proposing to execute it between us. He opened the book at that celebrated double chorus: La terre, l'enfer, le ciel même, tout tremble devant le Seigneur. The earth, and hell, and heaven itself tremble before the Lord. He said, how many parts will you take? I will do these 6. I had not yet been accustomed to this trait of French vivacity, and though acquainted with divisions, could not comprehend how one man could undertake to perform 6 or even 2 parts at the same time. Nothing has cost me more trouble in music than to skip lightly from one part to another, and have the eye at once on a whole division. By the manner in which I evaded this trial, he must have been inclined to believe I did not understand music, and perhaps it was to satisfy himself in this particular that he proposed my noting a song for Mademoiselle de Menthon, in such a manner that I could not avoid it. He sang this song, and I wrote it from his voice, without giving him much trouble to repeat it. When finished, he read my performance, and said, which was very true, that it was very correctly noted. He had observed my embarrassment, and now seemed to enhance the merit of this little success. In reality, I then understood music very well, and only wanted that quickness at first sight, which I possess in no one particular, and which is only to be acquired in this art by long and constant practice. Be that as it may, I was fully sensible of his kindness in endeavoring to efface from the minds of others, and even from my own, the embarrassment I had experienced on this occasion. 12 or 15 years afterwards, meeting this gentleman at several houses in Paris, I was tempted to make him recollect this anecdote, and show him I still remembered it; but he had lost his sight since that time. I feared to give him pain, by recalling to his memory how useful it formerly had been to him, and was therefore silent on that subject. End of Section 8. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 9 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 9. I now touch on the moment that binds my past existence to the present. Some friendships of that period prolonged to the present time, being very dear to me, have frequently made me regret that happy obscurity, when those who called themselves my friends were really so, loved me for myself, through pure goodwill, and not from the vanity of being acquainted with a conspicuous character, perhaps for the secret purpose of finding more occasions to injure him. From this time I date my first acquaintance with my old friend Gauffecourt, who, notwithstanding every effort to disunite us, has still remained so. Still remained so! No, alas, I have just lost him. But his affection terminated only with his life. Death alone could put a period to our friendship. Monsieur de Gauffecourt was one of the most amiable men that ever existed. It was impossible to see him without affection, or to live with him without feeling a sincere attachment. In my life I never saw features more expressive of goodness and serenity, or that marked more feeling, more understanding, or inspired greater confidence. However reserved one might be, it was impossible even at first sight to avoid being as free with him as if he had been an acquaintance of 20 years. For myself, who find so much difficulty to be at ease among new faces, I was familiar with him in a moment. His manner, accent, and conversation perfectly suited his features. The sound of his voice was clear, full, and musical. It was an agreeable and expressive bass, which satisfied the ear and sounded full upon the heart. It was impossible to possess a more equal and pleasing vivacity, or more real and unaffected gracefulness, more natural talents, or cultivated with greater taste. Join to all these good qualities an affectionate heart, but loving rather too diffusively, and bestowing his favors with too little caution, serving his friends with zeal, or rather making himself the friend of everyone he could serve, yet contriving very dexterously to manage his own affairs while warmly pursuing the interests of others. Gauffecourt was the son of a clockmaker, and would have been a clockmaker himself had not his person and desert called him to a superior situation. He became acquainted with M. de la Closure, the French resident at Geneva, who conceived a friendship for him and procured him some connections at Paris, which were useful, and through whose influence he obtained the privilege of furnishing the salts of Valais, which was worth 20,000 livres a year. This very amply satisfied his wishes with respect to fortune, but with regard to women he was more difficult. He had to provide for his own happiness, and did what he supposed most conducive to it. What renders his character most remarkable, and does him the greatest honor, is that though connected with all conditions, he was universally esteemed and sought after without being envied or hated by anyone, and I really believed he passed through life without a single enemy. Happy man! He went every year to the baths of Aix, where the best company from the neighboring countries resorted, and being on terms of friendship with all the nobility of Savoy, came from Aix to Chambéry to see the young Count de Bellegarde and his father the Marquis d'Entremont. It was here Madame de Warrens introduced me to him, and this acquaintance, which appeared at that time to end in nothing, after many years had elapsed, was renewed on an occasion which I should relate, when it became a real friendship. I apprehend I am sufficiently authorized in speaking of a man to whom I was so firmly attached, but I had no personal interest in what concerned him. He was so truly amiable, and born with so many natural good qualities, that for the honor of human nature I should think it necessary to preserve his memory. This man, estimable as he certainly was, had, like other mortals, some failings, as will be seen hereafter. Perhaps, had it not been so, he would have been less amiable, since, to render him as interesting as possible, it was necessary he should sometimes act in such a manner as to require a small portion of indulgence. Another connection of the same time, that is not yet extinguished, and continues to flatter me with the idea of temporal happiness, which it is so difficult to obliterate from the human heart, is Monsieur de Conzié, a Savoyard gentleman, then young and amiable, who had a fancy to learn music, or rather to be acquainted with the person who taught it. With great understanding and taste for polite acquirements, Monsieur de Conzié possessed a mildness of disposition which rendered him extremely attractive, and my temper being somewhat similar, when it found a counterpart, our friendship was soon formed. The seeds of literature and philosophy, which began to ferment in my brain, and only waited for culture and emulation to spring up, found in him exactly what was wanting to render them prolific. Monsieur de Conzié had no great inclination to music, and even this was useful to me, for the hours destined for lessons were passed anyhow rather than musically. We breakfasted, chatted, and read new publications, but not a word of music. The correspondence between Voltaire and the Prince Royal of Prussia then made a noise in the world, and these celebrated men were frequently the subject of our conversation, one of whom, recently seated on a throne, already indicated what he would prove himself hereafter, while the other, as much disgraced as he is now admired, made us sincerely lament the misfortunes that seemed to pursue him, and which are so frequently the appendage of superior talents. The Prince of Prussia had not been happy in his youth, and it appeared that Voltaire was formed never to be so. The interest we took in both parties extended to all that concerned them, and nothing that Voltaire wrote escaped us. The inclination I felt for these performances inspired me with a desire to write elegantly, and caused me to endeavor to imitate the colorings of that author, with whom I was so much enchanted. Some time after, his philosophical letters, though certainly not his best work, greatly augmented my fondness for study. It was a rising inclination, which from that time has never been extinguished. But the moment was not yet arrived when I should give in to it entirely. My rambling disposition, rather contracted than eradicated, being kept alive by our manner of living at Madame de Warrens, which was too unsettled for one of my solitary temper. The crowd of strangers who daily swarmed about her from all parts, and the certainty I was in that these people sought only to dupe her, each in his particular mode, rendered home disagreeable. Since I had succeeded Anet in the confidence of his mistress, I had strictly examined her circumstances, and saw their evil tendency with horror. I had remonstrated 100 times, prayed, argued, conjured, but all to no purpose. I had thrown myself at her feet, and strongly represented the catastrophe that threatened her, had earnestly entreated that she would reform her expenses, and begin with myself, representing that it was better to suffer something while she was yet young, than by multiplying her debts and creditors, expose her old age to vexation and misery. Sensible of the sincerity of my zeal, she was frequently affected, and would then make the finest promises in the world, but only let an artful schemer arrive, and in an instant all her good resolutions were forgotten. After 1,000 proofs of the inefficacy of my remonstrances, what remained but to turn away my eyes from the ruin I could not prevent, and fly myself from the door I could not guard? I made therefore little journeys to Geneva and Lyons, which diverted my mind in some measure from this secret uneasiness, though it increased the cause by these additional expenses. I can truly aver that I should have acquiesced with pleasure in every retrenchment, had Madam de Warrens really profited by it; but being persuaded that what I might refuse myself would be distributed among a set of interested villains, I took advantage of her easiness to partake with them, and like the dog returning from the shambles, carried off a portion of that morsel which I could not protect. Pretences were not wanting for all these journeys. Even Madam de Warrens would alone have supplied me with more than were necessary, having plenty of connections, negotiations, affairs, and commissions, which she wished to have executed by some trusty hand. In these cases she usually applied to me. I was always willing to go, and consequently found occasions enough to furnish out a rambling kind of life. These excursions procured me some good connections, which have since been agreeable or useful to me. Among others, I met at Lyons with Monsieur Perrichon, whose friendship I accuse myself with not having sufficiently cultivated, considering the kindness he had for me, and that of the good Parisot, which I shall speak of in its place; at Grenoble, that of Madame Desbans and Madame la Presidente de Bardonnanche, a woman of great understanding, and who would have entertained a friendship for me, had it been in my power to have seen her oftener; at Geneva, that of Monsieur de la Closure, the French resident, who often spoke to me of my mother, the remembrance of whom neither death nor time had erased from his heart; likewise those of the two Barillots, the father, who was very amiable, a good companion, and one of the most worthy men I ever met, calling me his grandson. During the troubles of the Republic, these two citizens took contrary sides, the son siding with the people, the father with the magistrates. When they took up arms in 1737, I was at Geneva, and saw the father and son quit the same house armed, the one going to the town house, the other to his quarters, almost certain to meet face to face in the course of 2 hours, and prepared to give or receive death from each other. This unnatural sight made so lively an impression on me, that I solemnly vowed never to interfere in any civil war, nor assist in deciding our internal dispute by arms, either personally or by my influence, should I ever enter into my rights as a citizen. I can bring proofs of having kept this oath on a very delicate occasion, and it will be confessed, at least I should suppose so, that this moderation was of some worth. But I had not yet arrived at that fermentation of patriotism which the first sight of Geneva in arms has since excited in my heart, as may be conjectured by a very grave fact that will not tell to my advantage, which I forgot to put in its proper place, but which ought not to be omitted. End of section 9. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 10 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 10. My uncle Bernard died at Carolina, where he had been employed some years in the building of Charlestown, which he had formed the plan of. My poor cousin too died in the Prussian service. Thus my aunt lost, nearly at the same period, her son and husband. These losses reanimated in some measure her affection for the nearest relative she had remaining, which was myself. When I went to Geneva, I reckoned her house my home, and amused myself with rummaging and turning over the books and papers my uncle had left. Among them I found some curious ones, and some letters which they certainly little thought of. My aunt, who set no store by these dusty papers, would willingly have given the whole to me, but I contented myself with 2 or 3 books, with notes written by the minister Bernard, my grandfather, and among the rest the posthumous works of Rouault in quarto, the margins of which were full of excellent commentaries, which gave me an inclination to the mathematics. This book remained among those of Madame de Warrens, and I have since lamented that I did not preserve it. To these I added 5 or 6 memorials in manuscript, and a printed one, composed by the famous Michelet Ducret, a man of considerable talents, being both learned and enlightened, but too much perhaps inclined to sedition, for which he was cruelly treated by the magistrates of Geneva, and lately died in the fortress of Arbourg, where he had been confined many years, for being, as it was said, concerned in the conspiracy of Berne. This memorial was a judicious critique on the extensive but ridiculous plan of fortification which had been adopted at Geneva, though censured by every person of judgment in the art who was unacquainted with the secret motives of the council in the execution of this magnificent enterprise. Monsieur de Michelet, who had been excluded from the committee of fortification for having condemned this plan, thought that as a citizen and a member of the 200, he might give his advice at large, and therefore did so in this memorial, which he was imprudent enough to have printed. though he never published it, having only those copies struck off which were meant for the 200, and which were all intercepted at the post house by order of the Senate. The Grand Council of Geneva in December 1728 pronounced this paper highly disrespectful to the councils and injurious to the Committee of Fortification. I found this memorial among my uncle's papers, with the answer he had been ordered to make to it, and took both. This was soon after I had left my place at the Survey, and I yet remained on good terms with the councillor, de Cocelli, who had the management of it. Some time after, the director of the custom house entreated me to stand godfather to his child, with Madame Cocelli, who was to be godmother. Proud of being placed on such terms of equality with the councillor, I wished to assume importance and show myself worthy of that honor. Full of this idea, I thought I could do nothing better than show him Michelet's memorial, which was really a scarce piece, and would prove I was connected with people of consequence in Geneva, who were entrusted with the secrets of the state. Yet by a kind of reserve which I should find it difficult to account for, I did not show him my uncle's answer, perhaps because it was manuscript and nothing less than print was worthy to approach the councillor. He understood, however, so well the importance of this paper, which I had the folly to put into his hands, that I could never after get it into my possession, and being convinced that every effort for that purpose would be ineffectual, I made a merit of my forbearance, transforming the theft into a present. I made no doubt that this writing, more curious, however, than useful, answered his purpose at the court of Turin, where probably he took care to be reimbursed in some way or other for the expense which the acquisition of it might be supposed to have cost him. Happily, of all future contingencies, the least probable is that ever the King of Sardinia should besiege Geneva. But as that event is not absolutely impossible, I shall ever reproach my foolish vanity with having been the means of pointing out the greatest defects of that city to its most ancient enemy. I passed 3 or 4 years in this manner, between music, magistry, projects, and journeys, floating incessantly from one object to another, and wishing to fix, though I knew not on what, but insensibly inclining towards study. I was acquainted with men of letters. I had heard them speak of literature, and sometimes mingled in the conversation, but rather adopted the jargon of books than the knowledge they contained. In my excursions to Geneva, I frequently called on my good old friend Monsieur Simon, who greatly promoted my rising emulation by fresh news from the Republic of Letters, extracted from Baillet or Colomiers. I frequently saw, too, at Chambéry, a Dominican professor of physic, a good kind of friar, whose name I have forgotten, who often made little chemical experiments which greatly amused me. In imitation of him, I attempted to make some sympathetic ink, and having for that purpose more than half filled a bottle with quicklime, orpiment, and water, the effervescence immediately became extremely violent. I ran to unstop the bottle, but had not time to effect it, for during the attempt it burst in my face like a bomb, and I swallowed so much of the orpiment and lime that it nearly cost me my life. I remained blind for 6 weeks, and by the event of this experiment learned to meddle no more with experimental chemistry while the elements were unknown to me. This adventure happened very unluckily for my health, which for some time past had been visibly on the decline. This was rather extraordinary, as I was guilty of no kind of excess, nor could it have been expected from my make, for my chest being well formed and rather capacious, seemed to give my lungs full liberty to play. Yet I was short breathed, felt a very sensible oppression, sighed involuntarily, had palpitations of the heart and spitting of blood, accompanied with a lingering fever, which I have never since entirely overcome. How is it possible to fall into such a state in the flower of one's age, without any inward decay, or without having done anything to destroy health? It is sometimes said, the sword wears the scabbard. This was truly the case with me. The violence of my passions both kept me alive and hastened my dissolution. What passions, will be asked? Mere nothings, the most trivial objects in nature, but which affected me as forcibly as if the acquisition of a Helen or the throne of the universe were at stake. My senses, for instance, were at ease with one woman, but my heart never was, and the necessities of love consumed me in the very bosom of happiness. I had a tender, respected, and lovely friend, but I sighed for a mistress. My prolific fancy painted her as such, and gave her 1,000 forms, for had I conceived that my endearments had been lavished on Madame de Warrens, they would not have been less tender, though infinitely more tranquil. But is it possible for man to taste in their utmost extent the delights of love? I cannot tell, but I am persuaded my frail existence would have sunk under the weight of them. I was therefore dying for love without an object, and this state perhaps is of all others the most dangerous. I was likewise uneasy, tormented at the bad state of poor Madame de Warrens's circumstances, and the imprudence of her conduct, which could not fail to bring them in a short time to total ruin. My tortured imagination, which ever paints misfortunes in the extremity, continually beheld this in its utmost excess, and in all the horror of its consequences. I already saw myself forced by want to quit her, to whom I had consecrated my future life, and without whom I could not hope for happiness. Thus was my soul continually agitated, and hopes and fears devoured me alternately. Music was a passion less turbulent, but not less consuming, from the ardor with which I attached myself to it, by the obstinate study of the obscure books of Rameau, by an invincible resolution to charge my memory with rules it could not contain, by continual application, and by long and immense compilations, which I frequently passed whole nights in copying. But why dwell on these particularly, while every folly that took possession of my wandering brain, the most transient ideas of a single day, a journey, a concert, a supper, a walk, a novel to read, a play to see, things in the world the least premeditated in my pleasures or occupation, became for me the most violent passions, which by their ridiculous impetuosity conveyed the most serious torments. Even the imaginary misfortunes of Cleveland, read with avidity and frequent interruption, have, I am persuaded, disordered me more than my own. There was a Genevese named Bagueret, who had been employed under Peter the Great of the court of Russia, one of the most worthless, senseless fellows I ever met with, full of projects as foolish as himself, which were to rain down millions on those who took part in them. This man, having come to Chambery on account of some suit depending before the Senate, immediately got acquainted with Madam de Warrens, and with great reason on his side, since for those imaginary treasures that cost him nothing, and which he bestowed with the utmost prodigality, he gained in exchange the unfortunate crown pieces one by one out of her pocket. I did not like him, and he plainly perceived this, for with me it is not a very difficult discovery. Nor did he spare any sort of meanness to gain my good will, and among other things proposed teaching me to play at chess, which game he understood something of. I made an attempt, though almost against my inclination, and after several efforts, having learned the march, my progress was so rapid that before the end of the first sitting I gave him the rook which in the beginning he had given me. Nothing more was necessary. Behold me, fascinated with chess. I buy a board with the rest of the apparatus, and shutting myself up in my chamber, pass whole days and nights in studying all the varieties of the game, being determined by playing alone, without end or relaxation, to drive them into my head, right or wrong. After incredible efforts, during 2 or 3 months passed in this curious employment, I go to the coffee house, thin, sallow, and almost stupid. I seat myself, and again attack Monsieur Bagueret. He beats me once, twice, 20 times. So many combinations were fermenting in my head, and my imagination was so stupefied, that all appeared confusion. I tried to exercise myself with Philidor's or Stamma's book of instructions, but I was still equally perplexed, and after having exhausted myself with fatigue, was further to seek than ever, and whether I abandoned my chess for a time, or resolved to surmount every difficulty by unremitted practice, it was the same thing. I could never advance one step beyond the improvement of the first sitting. Nay, I am convinced that had I studied it 1,000 ages, I should have ended by being able to give Bagueret the rook, and nothing more. It will be said my time was well employed, and not a little of it passed in this occupation. Nor did I quit my first essay till unable to persist in it, for on leaving my apartment I had the appearance of a corpse, and had I continued this course much longer, I should certainly have been one. End of section 10. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 11 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 11. Anyone will allow that it would have been extraordinary, especially in the ardor of youth, that such a head should suffer the body to enjoy continued health. The alteration of mine had an effect on my temper, moderating the ardor of my chimerical fancies. For as I grew weaker, they became more tranquil, and I even lost, in some measure, my rage for travelling. I was not seized with heaviness, but melancholy. Vapors succeeded passions, languor became sorrow. I wept and sighed without cause, and felt my life ebbing away before I had enjoyed it. I only trembled to think of the situation in which I should leave my dear Madame de Warrens, and I can truly say that quitting her and leaving her in these melancholy circumstances was my only concern. At length I fell quite ill, and was nursed by her as never mother nursed a child. The care she took of me was of real utility to her affairs, since it diverted her mind from schemes and kept projectors at a distance. How pleasing would death have been at that time, when, if I had not tasted many of the pleasures of life, I had felt but few of its misfortunes. My tranquil soul would have taken her flight, without having experienced those cruel ideas of the injustice of mankind, which embitters both life and death. I should have enjoyed the sweet consolation that I still survived in the dearer part of myself. In the situation I then was, it could hardly be called death. And had I been divested of my uneasiness on her account, it would have appeared but a gentle sleep. Yet even these disquietudes had such an affectionate and tender turn, that their bitterness was tempered by a pleasing sensibility. I said to her, "You are the depositary of my whole being, act so that I may be happy." 2 or 3 times, when my disorder was most violent, I crept to her apartment to give her my advice respecting her future conduct; and I dare affirm these admonitions were both wise and equitable, in which the interest I took in her future concerns was strongly marked. As if tears had been both nourishment and medicine, I found myself the better for those I shed with her while seated on her bedside and holding her hands between mine. The hours crept insensibly away in these nocturnal discourses. I returned to my chamber better than I had quitted it, being content and calmed by the promises she made, and the hopes with which she had inspired me. I slept on them with my heart at peace, and fully resigned to the dispensations of Providence. God grant that after having had so many reasons to hate life, after being agitated with so many storms, after it has even become a burden, that death, which must terminate all, may be no more terrible than it would have been at that moment. By inconceivable care and vigilance, she saved my life, and I am convinced she alone could have done this. I have little faith in the skill of physicians, but depend greatly on the assistance of real friends, and am persuaded that being easy in those particulars on which our happiness depends is more salutary than any other application. If there is a sensation in life peculiarly delightful, we experienced it in being restored to each other. Our mutual attachment did not increase, for that was impossible, but it became, I know not how, more exquisitely tender, fresh softness being added to its former simplicity. I became, in a manner, her work. We got into the habit, though without design, of being continually with each other, and enjoying in some measure our whole existence together, feeling reciprocally that we were not only necessary, but entirely sufficient for each other's happiness. Accustomed to think of no subject foreign to ourselves, our happiness and all our desires were confined to that pleasing and singular union which perhaps had no equal, which is not, as I have before observed, love, but a sentiment inexpressibly more intimate, neither depending on the senses, age, nor figure, but an assemblage of every endearing sensation that composes our rational existence, and which can cease only with our being. How was it that this delightful crisis did not secure our mutual felicity for the remainder of her life and mine? I have the consoling conviction that it was not my fault. Nay, I am persuaded she did not wilfully destroy it. The invincible peculiarity of my disposition was doomed soon to regain its empire. But this fatal return was not suddenly accomplished. There was, thank heaven, a short but precious interval, that did not conclude by my fault, and which I cannot reproach myself with having employed amiss. Though recovered from my dangerous illness, I did not regain my strength. My stomach was weak, some remains of the fever kept me in a languishing condition, and the only inclination I was sensible of was to end my days near one so truly dear to me, to confirm her in those good resolutions she had formed, to convince her in what consisted the real charms of a happy life, and as far as depended on me, to render hers so. But I foresaw that in a gloomy, melancholy house, the continual solitude of our tete a tete would at length become too dull and monotonous. A remedy presented itself. Madame de Warrens had prescribed milk for me, and insisted that I should take it in the country. I consented, provided she would accompany me. Nothing more was necessary to gain her compliance, and whither we should go was all that remained to be determined on. Our garden, which I have before mentioned, was not properly in the country, being surrounded by houses and other gardens, and possessing none of those attractions so desirable in a rural retreat. Besides, after the death of Anet, we had given up this place from economical principles, feeling no longer a desire to rear plants, and other views making us not regret the loss of that little retreat. Improving the distaste I found she began to imbibe for the town, I proposed to abandon it entirely, and settle ourselves in an agreeable solitude in some small house, distant enough from the city to avoid the perpetual intrusion of her hangers on. She followed my advice, and this plan, which her good angel and mine suggested, might fully have secured our happiness and tranquillity till death had divided us. But this was not the state we were appointed to. Madame de Warrens was destined to endure all the sorrows of indigence and poverty, after having passed the former part of her life in abundance, that she might learn to quit it with the less regret; and myself, by an assemblage of misfortunes of all kinds, was to become a striking example to those who, inspired with a love of justice and the public good, and trusting too implicitly to their own innocence, shall openly dare to assert truth to mankind, unsupported by cabals, or without having previously formed parties to protect them. An unhappy fear furnished some objections to our plan. She did not dare to quit her ill contrived house, for fear of displeasing the proprietor. "Your proposed retirement is charming," said she, "and much to my taste, but we are necessitated to remain here, for on quitting this dungeon, I hazard losing the very means of life, and when these fail us in the woods, we must again return to seek them in the city. That we may have the least possible cause for being reduced to this necessity, let us not leave this house entirely, but pay a small pension to the Count de Saint Laurent, that he may continue mine. Let us seek some little habitation, far enough from the town to be at peace, yet near enough to return when it may appear convenient." This mode was finally adopted, and after some small search we fixed at Charmettes, on an estate belonging to M. de Conzié, at a very small distance from Chambery, but as retired and solitary as if it had been 100 leagues off. The spot we had concluded on was a valley between two tolerably high hills, which ran north and south. At the bottom, among the trees and pebbles, ran a rivulet, and above the declivity, on either side, were scattered a number of houses, forming altogether a beautiful retreat for those who love a peaceful, romantic asylum. After having examined 2 or 3 of these houses, we chose that which we thought the most pleasing, which was the property of a gentleman of the army, called M. Noiret. This house was in good condition, before it a garden forming a terrace, below that, on the declivity, an orchard, and on the ascent behind the house a vineyard. A little wood of chestnut trees opposite, a fountain just by, and higher up the hill meadows for the cattle. In short, all that could be thought necessary for the country retirement we proposed to establish. To the best of my remembrance, we took possession of it toward the latter end of the summer of 1736. I was delighted on going to sleep there. "Oh," said I to this dear friend, embracing her with tears of tenderness and delight, "this is the abode of happiness and innocence. If we do not find them here together, it will be in vain to seek them elsewhere." End of Volume 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 12 of Confessions, Volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 12. Volume 6. Hoc erat in votis, modus agri non ita magnus, hortus ubi et tecto vicinus iugis aquae fons, et paululum silvae superis foret. I cannot add auctius atque di melius fecere, but no matter, the former is enough for my purpose. I had no occasion to have any property there, it was sufficient that I enjoyed it. For I have long since both said and felt that the proprietor and possessor are two very different people, even leaving husbands and lovers out of the question. At this moment began the short happiness of my life, those peaceful and rapid moments which have given me a right to say, I have lived. Precious and ever regretted moments. Oh, recommence your delightful course, pass more slowly through my memory, if possible, than you actually did in your fugitive succession. How shall I prolong, according to my inclination, this recital, at once so pleasing and simple? How shall I continue to relate the same occurrences without wearying my readers with the repetition, any more than I was satiated with the enjoyment? Again, if all this consisted of facts, actions, or words, I could somehow or other convey an idea of it. But how shall I describe what was neither said nor done, nor even thought, but enjoyed, felt, without being able to particularize any other object of my happiness than the bare idea? I rose with the sun, and was happy. I walked, and was happy. I saw Madame de Warrens, and was happy. I quitted her, and still was happy. Whether I rambled through the woods, over the hills, or strolled along the valley, read, was idle, worked in the garden, or gathered fruits, happiness continually accompanied me. It was fixed on no particular object, it was within me, nor could I depart from it a single moment. Nothing that passed during that charming epoch, nothing that I did, said, or thought, has escaped my memory. The time that preceded or followed it, I only recollect by intervals, unequally and confused, but here I remember all as distinctly as if it existed at this moment. Imagination, which in my youth was perpetually anticipating the future, but now takes a retrograde course, makes some amends by these charming recollections for the deprivation of hope, which I have lost forever. I no longer see anything in the future that can tempt my wishes. It is a recollection of the past alone that can flatter me, and the remembrance of the period I am now describing is so true and lively that it sometimes makes me happy, even in spite of my misfortunes. Of these recollections I shall relate one example, which may give some idea of their force and precision. The first day we went to sleep at Les Charmettes, the way being uphill, and Madame de Warrens rather heavy, she was carried in a chair, while I followed on foot. Fearing the chairmen would be fatigued, she got out about halfway, designing to walk the rest of it. As we passed along, she saw something blue in the hedge, and said, "There's some periwinkle in flower yet." I had never seen any before, nor did I stop to examine this. My sight is too short to distinguish plants on the ground, and I only cast a look at this as I passed. An interval of near 30 years had elapsed before I saw any more periwinkle, at least before I observed it, when being at Cressier in 1764 with my friend Monsieur du Peyrou, we went up a small mountain, on the summit of which there is a level spot, called with reason Bellevue. I was then beginning to herbalize. Walking and looking among the bushes, I exclaimed with rapture, "Ah, there's some periwinkle!" Du Peyrou, who perceived my transport, was ignorant of the cause, but will some day be informed, I hope, on reading this. The reader may judge by this impression, made by so small an incident, what an effect must have been produced by every occurrence of that time. Meantime, the air of the country did not restore my health. I was languishing and became more so. I could not endure milk, and was obliged to discontinue the use of it. Water was at this time the fashionable remedy for every complaint. Accordingly, I entered on a course of it, and so indiscreetly that it almost released me not only from my illness but also from my life. The water I drank was rather hard and difficult to pass, as water from mountains generally is. In short, I managed so well that in the course of 2 months I totally ruined my stomach, which until that time had been very good, and no longer digesting anything properly, had no reason to expect a cure. At this time an accident happened, as singular in itself as in its subsequent consequences, which can only terminate with my existence. One morning, being no worse than usual, while putting up the leaf of a small table, I felt a sudden and almost inconceivable revolution throughout my whole frame. I know not how to describe it better than as a kind of tempest which suddenly rose in my blood and spread in a moment over every part of my body. My arteries began beating so violently that I not only felt their motion, but even heard it, particularly that of the carotids, attended by a loud noise in my ears, which was of three, or rather four, distinct kinds. For instance, first a grave, hollow buzzing, then a more distinct murmur, like the running of water, then an extremely sharp hissing, attended by the beating I before mentioned, and whose throbs I could easily count, without feeling my pulse, or putting a hand to any part of my body. This internal tumult was so violent that it has injured my auricular organs, and rendered me from that time not entirely deaf, but hard of hearing. My surprise and fear may easily be conceived. Imagining it was the stroke of death, I went to bed, and the physician being sent for, trembling with apprehension, I related my case, judging it past all cure. I believe the doctor was of the same opinion. However, he performed his office, running over a long string of causes and effects, beyond my comprehension, after which, in consequence of this sublime theory, he set about, in anima vili, the experimental part of his art. But the means he was pleased to adopt in order to effect a cure were so troublesome, disgusting, and followed by so little effect, that I soon discontinued it, and after some weeks, finding I was neither better nor worse, left my bed, and returned to my usual method of living. But the beating of my arteries and the buzzing in my ears has never quitted me a moment during the 30 years' time which has elapsed since that time. Till now I had been a great sleeper, but a total privation of repose, with other alarming symptoms which have accompanied it, even to this time, persuaded me I had but a short time to live. This idea tranquillized me for a time. I became less anxious about a cure, and being persuaded I could not prolong life, determined to employ the remainder of it as usefully as possible. This was practicable by a particular indulgence of nature, which, in this melancholy state, exempted me from sufferings which it might have been supposed I should have experienced. I was incommoded by the noise, but felt no pain, nor was it accompanied by any habitual inconvenience, except nocturnal wakefulness, and at all times a shortness of breath, which is not violent enough to be called an asthma, but was troublesome when I attempted to run or use any degree of exertion. This accident, which seemed to threaten the dissolution of my body, only killed my passions, and I have reason to thank heaven for the happy effect produced by it on my soul. I can truly say I only began to live when I considered myself as entering the grave. For estimating at their real value those things I was quitting, I began to employ myself on nobler objects, namely by anticipating those I hoped shortly to have the contemplation of, and which I had hitherto too much neglected. I had often made light of religion, but was never totally devoid of it. Consequently, it cost me less pain to employ my thoughts on that subject, which is generally thought melancholy, though highly pleasing to those who make it an object of hope and consolation. Madame de Warrens, therefore, was more useful to me on this occasion than all the theologians in the world would have been. She, who brought everything into a system, had not failed to do as much by religion, and this system was composed of ideas that bore no affinity to each other. Some were extremely good, and others very ridiculous, being made up of sentiments proceeding from her disposition, and prejudices derived from education. Men in general make God like themselves; the virtuous make him good, and the profligate make him wicked. Ill-tempered and bilious devotees see nothing but hell, because they would willingly damn all mankind, while loving and gentle souls disbelieve it altogether. And one of the astonishments I could never overcome is to see the good Fénelon speak of it in his Telemachus, as if he really gave credit to it. But I hope he lied in that particular, for however strict he might be in regard to truth, a bishop absolutely must lie sometimes. Madame de Warrens spoke truth with me, and that soul, made up without gall, who could not imagine a revengeful and ever angry God, saw only clemency and forgiveness, where devotees bestowed inflexible justice and eternal punishment. She frequently said there would be no justice in the Supreme Being, should he be strictly just to us, because, not having bestowed what was necessary to render us essentially good, it would be requiring more than he had given. The most whimsical idea was that, not believing in hell, she was firmly persuaded of the reality of purgatory. This arose from her not knowing what to do with the wicked, being loath to damn them utterly, nor yet caring to place them with the good till they had become so. And we must really allow that both in this world and the next, the wicked are very troublesome company. It is clearly seen that the doctrine of original sin and the redemption of mankind is destroyed by this system, consequently that the basis of the Christian dispensation, as generally received, is shaken, and that the Catholic faith cannot subsist with these principles. Madame de Warrens, notwithstanding, was a good Catholic, or at least pretended to be one, and certainly desired to become such. But it appeared to her that the Scriptures were too literally and harshly explained, supposing that all we read of everlasting torments were figurative threatenings, and the death of Jesus Christ an example of charity, truly divine, which should teach mankind to love God and each other. In a word, faithful to the religion she had embraced, she acquiesced in all its professions of faith, but on a discussion of each particular article, it was plain she thought diametrically opposite to that church whose doctrines she professed to believe. In these cases, she exhibited simplicity of art, a frankness more eloquent than sophistry, which frequently embarrassed her confessor, for she disguised nothing from him. "I am a good Catholic," she would say, "and will ever remain so. I adopt with all the powers of my soul the decisions of our Holy Mother Church. I am not mistress of my faith, but I am of my will, which I submit to you without reserve. I will endeavor to believe all. What can you require more?" Had there been no Christian morality established, I am persuaded she would have lived as if regulated by its principles, so perfectly did they seem to accord with her disposition. She did everything that was required, and she would have done the same had there been no such requisition. But all this morality was subordinate to the principles of Monsieur Tavel, or rather, she pretended to see nothing in religion that contradicted them. Thus she would have favored 20 lovers in a day, without any idea of a crime, her conscience being no more moved in that particular than her passions. I know that a number of devotees are not more scrupulous, but the difference is, they are seduced by constitution, she was blinded by her sophisms. In the midst of conversations the most affecting, I might say the most edifying, she would touch on this subject, without any change of air or manner, and without being sensible of any contradiction in her opinions. So much was she persuaded that our restrictions on that head are merely political, and that any person of sense might interpret, apply, or make exceptions to them, without any danger of offending the Almighty. Though I was far enough from being of the same opinion in this particular, I confess I dared not combat hers. Indeed, as I was situated, it would have been putting myself in rather awkward circumstances, since I could only have sought to establish my opinion for others, myself being an exception. Besides, I entertained but little hopes of making her alter hers, which never had any great influence on her conduct, and at the time I am speaking of, none. But I have promised faithfully to describe her principles, and I will perform my engagement. I now return to myself. Finding in her all those ideas I had occasion for to secure me from the fears of death and its future consequences, I drew confidence and security from this source. My attachment became warmer than ever, and I would willingly have transmitted to her my whole existence, which seemed ready to abandon me. From this redoubled attachment, a persuasion that I had but a short time to live, and profound security on my future state, arose an habitual and even pleasing serenity, which, calming every passion that extends our hopes and fears, made me enjoy without inquietude or concern the few days which I imagined remained for me. What contributed to render them still more agreeable was an endeavor to encourage her rising taste for the country, by every amusement I could possibly devise, wishing to attach her to her garden, poultry, pigeons, and cows. I amused myself with them, and these little occupations, which employed my time without injuring my tranquillity, were more serviceable than a milk diet, or all the remedies bestowed on my poor shattered machine, even to effecting the utmost possible re-establishment of it. The vintage and gathering in our fruit employed the remainder of the year. We became more and more attached to a rustic life, and the society of our honest neighbors. We saw the approach of winter with regret, and returned to the city as if going into exile. To me this return was particularly gloomy, who never expected to see the return of spring, and thought I took an everlasting leave of Les Charmettes. I did not quit it without kissing the very earth and trees, casting back many a wishful look as I went towards Chambéry. End of section 12. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 13 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 13. Having left my scholars for so long a time, and lost my relish for the amusements of the town, I seldom went out, conversing only with Madame de Warrens and a Monsieur Salomon, who had lately become our physician. He was an honest man, of good understanding, a great Cartesian, spoke tolerably well on the system of the world, and his agreeable and instructive conversations were more serviceable than his prescriptions. I could never bear that foolish, trivial mode of conversation which is so generally adopted, but useful, instructive discourse has always given me great pleasure, nor was I ever backward to join in it. I was much pleased with that of Monsieur Salomon. It appeared to me that when in his company I anticipated the acquisition of that sublime knowledge which my soul would enjoy when freed of its mortal fetters. The inclination I had for him extended to the subjects which he treated on, and I began to look after books which might better enable me to understand his discourse. Those which mingled devotion with science were most agreeable to me, particularly Port Royal's Oratory, and I began to read, or rather to devour them. One fell into my hands, written by Father Lamy, called Entretien sur les Sciences, which was a kind of introduction to the knowledge of those books it treated of. I read it over 100 times, and resolved to make this my guide. In short, I found, notwithstanding my ill state of health, that I was irresistibly drawn towards study, and though looking on each day as the last of my life, read with as much avidity as if certain I was to live forever. I was assured that reading would injure me, but on the contrary, I am rather inclined to think it was serviceable not only to my soul, but also to my body. For this application, which soon became delightful, diverted my thoughts from my disorders, and I soon found myself much less affected by them. It is certain, however, that nothing gave me absolute ease; but having no longer any acute pain, I became accustomed to languishment and wakefulness, to thinking instead of acting. In short, I looked on the gradual and slow decay of my body as inevitably progressive, and only to be terminated by death. This opinion not only detached me from all the vain cares of life, but delivered me from the importunity of medicine, to which hitherto I had been forced to submit, though contrary to my inclination. Salomon, convinced that his drugs were unavailing, spared me the disagreeable task of taking them, and contented himself with amusing the grief of my poor Madame de Warrens by some of those harmless preparations which serve to flatter the hopes of the patient and keep up the credit of the doctor. I discontinued the strict regimen I had latterly observed, resumed the use of wine, and lived in every respect like a man in perfect health, as far as my strength would permit, only being careful to run into no excess. I even began to go out and visit my acquaintance, particularly M. de Conzié, whose conversation was extremely pleasing to me. Whether it struck me as heroic to study to my last hour, or that some hopes of life yet lingered in the bottom of my heart, I cannot tell, but the apparent certainty of death, far from relaxing my inclination for improvement, seemed to animate it, and I hastened to acquire knowledge for the other world, as if convinced I should only possess that portion I could carry with me. I took a liking to the shop of a bookseller whose name was Bouchard, which was frequented by some men of letters, and as the spring, whose return I had never expected to see again, was approaching, furnished myself with some books for Les Charmettes, in case I should have the happiness to return there. I had that happiness, and enjoyed it to the utmost extent. The rapture with which I saw the trees put out their first bud is inexpressible. The return of spring seemed to me like rising from the grave into paradise. The snow was hardly off the ground when we left our dungeon and returned to Les Charmettes, to enjoy the first warblings of the nightingale. I now thought no more of dying, and it is really singular that from this time I never experienced any dangerous illness in the country. I have suffered greatly, but never kept my bed, and have often said to those about me, on finding myself worse than ordinary, "Should you see me at the point of death, carry me under the shade of an oak, and I promise you I shall recover." Though weak, I resumed my country occupations, as far as my strength would permit, and conceived a real grief at not being able to manage our garden without help, for I could not take 5 or 6 strokes with the spade without being out of breath, and overcome with perspiration. When I stooped, the beating redoubled, and the blood flew with such violence to my head, that I was instantly obliged to stand upright. Being therefore confined to less fatiguing employments, I busied myself about the dove house, and was so pleased with it, that I sometimes passed several hours there without feeling a moment's weariness. The pigeon is very timid, and difficult to tame, yet I inspired mine with so much confidence, that they followed me everywhere, letting me catch them at pleasure, nor could I appear in the garden without having 2 or 3 on my arms or head in an instant. And notwithstanding the pleasure I took in them, their company became so troublesome, that I was obliged to lessen the familiarity. I have ever taken great pleasure in taming animals, particularly those that are wild and fearful. It appeared delightful to me to inspire them with a confidence which I took care never to abuse, wishing them to love me freely. I have already mentioned that I purchased some books. I did not forget to read them, but in a manner more proper to fatigue than instruct me. I imagined that to read a book profitably, it was necessary to be acquainted with every branch of knowledge it even mentioned, far from thinking that the author did not do this himself, but drew assistance from other books as he might see occasion. Full of this silly idea, I was stopped every moment, obliged to run from one book to another, and sometimes, before I could reach the 10th page of what I was studying, found it necessary to turn over a whole library. I was so attached to this ridiculous method, that I lost a prodigious deal of time, and had bewildered my head to such a degree, that I was hardly capable of doing, seeing, or comprehending anything. I fortunately perceived at length that I was in the wrong road, which would entangle me in an inextricable labyrinth, and quitted it before I was irrevocably lost. When a person has any real taste for the sciences, the first thing he perceives in the pursuit of them is that connection by which they mutually attract, assist, and enlighten each other, and that it is impossible to attain one without the assistance of the rest. Though the human understanding cannot grasp all, and one must ever be regarded as the principal object, yet if the rest are totally neglected, the favorite study is generally obscure. I was convinced that my resolution to improve was good and useful in itself, but that it was necessary I should change my method. I therefore had recourse to the encyclopaedia. I began by a distribution of the general mass of human knowledge into its various branches, but soon discovered that I must pursue a contrary course, that I must take each separately, and trace it to that point where it united with the rest. Thus I returned to the general synthetical method, but returned thither with a conviction that I was going right. Meditation supplied the want of knowledge, and a very natural reflection gave strength to my resolution, which was, that whether I lived or died, I had no time to lose; for having learned but little before the age of 25, and then resolving to learn everything, was engaging to employ the future time profitably. I was ignorant at what point accident or death might put a period to my endeavors, and resolved at all events to acquire with the utmost expedition some idea of every species of knowledge, as well to try my natural disposition as to judge for myself what most deserved cultivation. In the execution of my plan, I experienced another advantage which I had never thought of. This was, spending a great deal of time profitably. Nature certainly never meant me for study, since attentive application fatigues me so much, that I find it impossible to employ myself half an hour together intently on any one subject, particularly while following another person's ideas; for it has frequently happened that I have pursued my own for a much longer period with success. After reading a few pages of an author with close application, my understanding is bewildered, and should I obstinately continue, I tire myself to no purpose; a stupefaction seizes me, and I am no longer conscious of what I read. But in a succession of various subjects, one relieves me from the fatigue of the other, and without finding respite necessary, I can follow them with pleasure. I took advantage of this observation in the plan of my studies, taking care to intermingle them in such a manner that I was never weary. It is true that domestic and rural concerns furnished many pleasing relaxations, but as my eagerness for improvement increased, I contrived to find opportunities for my studies, frequently employing myself about two things at the same time, without reflecting that both were consequently neglected. In relating so many trifling details, which delight me but frequently tire my reader, I make use of the caution to suppress a great number, though perhaps he would have no idea of this, if I did not take care to inform him of it. For example, I recollect with pleasure all the different methods I adopted for the distribution of my time, in such a manner as to produce the utmost profit and pleasure. I may say that the portion of my life which I passed in this retirement, though in continual ill health, was that in which I was least idle and least wearied. 2 or 3 months were thus employed in discovering the bent of my genius. Meantime I enjoyed in the finest season of the year, and in a spot it rendered delightful, the charms of a life whose worth I was so highly sensible of, in such a society, as free as it was charming, if a union so perfect, and the extensive knowledge I purposed to acquire, can be called society. It seemed to me as if I already possessed the improvements I was only in pursuit of, or rather better, since the pleasure of learning constituted a great part of my happiness. I must pass over these particulars, which were to me the height of enjoyment, but are too trivial to bear repeating. Indeed, true happiness is indescribable; it is only to be felt, and this consciousness of felicity is proportionately more the less able we are to describe it, because it does not absolutely result from a concourse of favorable incidents, but is an affection of the mind itself. I am frequently guilty of repetitions, but should be infinitely more so did I repeat the same thing as often as it recurs with pleasure to my mind. When at length my variable mode of life was reduced to a more uniform course, the following was nearly the distribution of time which I adopted. I rose every morning before the sun, and passed through a neighboring orchard into a pleasant path, which, running by a vineyard, led towards Chambéry. While walking, I offered up my prayers, not by a vain motion of the lips, but a sincere elevation of my heart to the great author of delightful nature, whose beauties were so charmingly spread out before me. I never love to pray in a chamber. It seems to me that the walls and all the little workmanship of man interposed between God and myself. I love to contemplate him in his works, which elevate my soul and raise my thoughts to him. My prayers were pure, I can affirm it, and therefore worthy to be heard. I asked for myself and her from whom my thoughts were never divided, only an innocent and quiet life, exempt from vice, sorrow, and want. I prayed that we might die the death of the just, and partake of their lot hereafter. For the rest, it was rather admiration and contemplation than request, being satisfied that the best means to obtain what is necessary from the giver of every perfect good is rather to deserve than to solicit. Returning from my walk, I lessened the way by taking a roundabout path, still contemplating with earnestness and delight the beautiful scenes with which I was surrounded, those only objects that never fatigue either the eye or the heart. As I approached our habitation, I looked forward to see if Madam de Warrens was stirring, and when I perceived her shutters open, I even ran with joy towards the house. If they were yet shut, I went into the garden to wait their opening, amusing myself meantime by a retrospection of what I had read the preceding evening, or in gardening. The moment the shutter drew back, I hastened to embrace her, frequently half asleep; and this salute, pure as it was affectionate, even from its innocence, possessed a charm which the senses can never bestow. We usually breakfasted on milk coffee. This was the time of day when we had most leisure, and when we chatted with the greatest freedom. These sittings, which were usually pretty long, have given me a fondness for breakfasts, and I infinitely prefer those of England or Switzerland, which are considered as a meal at which all the family assemble, than those of France, where they breakfast alone in their several apartments, or more frequently have none at all. After an hour or two passed in discourse, I went to my study till dinner, beginning with some philosophical work, such as the Logic of Port-Royal, Locke's Essays, Malebranche, Leibniz, Descartes, etc. I soon found that these authors perpetually contradict each other, and formed the chimerical project of reconciling them, which cost me much labor and loss of time, bewildering my head without any profit. At length, renouncing this idea, I adopted one infinitely more profitable, to which I attribute all the progress I have since made, notwithstanding the defects of my capacity, for 'tis certain I had very little for study. On reading each author, I acquired a habit of following all his ideas, without suffering my own or those of any other writer to interfere with them, or entering into any dispute on their utility. I said to myself, I will begin by laying up a stock of ideas, true or false, but clearly conceived, till my understanding shall be sufficiently furnished to enable me to compare and make choice of those that are most estimable. I am sensible this method is not without its inconveniences, but it succeeded in furnishing me with a fund of instruction. Having passed some years in thinking after others, without reflection and almost without reasoning, I found myself possessed of sufficient materials to set about thinking on my own account; and when journeys of business deprived me of the opportunities of consulting books, I amused myself with recollecting and comparing what I had read, weighing every opinion on the balance of reason, and frequently judging my masters. Though it was late before I began to exercise my judicial faculties, I have not discovered that they had lost their vigor, and on publishing my own ideas, have never been accused of being a servile disciple, or of swearing in verba magistri. End of Section 13. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 14 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 14. From these studies I passed to the elements of geometry, for I never went further, forcing my weak memory to retain them by going the same ground 100 and 100 times over. I did not admire Euclid, who rather seeks a chain of demonstration than a connection of ideas. I preferred the geometry of Father Lamy, who from that time became one of my favorite authors, and whose works I yet read with pleasure. Algebra followed, and Father Lamy was still my guide. When I made some progress, I perused Father Reynaud's Science of Calculation, and then his Analysis Demonstrated. But I never went far enough thoroughly to understand the application of algebra to geometry. I was not pleased with this method of performing operations by rule, without knowing what I was about. Resolving geometrical problems by the help of equations seemed like playing a tune by turning round a handle. The first time I found by calculation that the square of a binocular figure was composed of the square of each of its parts, and double the product of one by the other. Though convinced that my multiplication was right, I could not be satisfied till I had made and examined the figure. Not but I admire algebra when applied to abstract quantities, but when used to demonstrate dimensions, I wished to see the operation, and unless explained by lines, could not rightly comprehend it. After this came Latin. It was my most painful study, and in which I never made great progress. I began by Port-Royal's Rudiments, but without success. I lost myself in a crowd of rules, and in studying the last, forgot all that preceded it. A study of words is not calculated for a man without memory, and it was principally an endeavor to make my memory more retentive that urged me obstinately to persist in this study, which at length I was obliged to relinquish. As I understood enough to read an easy author by the aid of a dictionary, I followed that method, and found it succeed tolerably well. I likewise applied myself to translation, not by writing, but mentally, and by exercise and perseverance attained to read Latin authors easily, but have never been able to speak or write that language, which has frequently embarrassed me when I have found myself, I know not by what means, enrolled among men of letters. Another inconvenience that arose from this manner of learning is that I never understood prosody, much less the rules of versification. Yet, anxious to understand the harmony of the language, both in prose and verse, I have made many efforts to obtain it, but am convinced that without a master it is almost impossible. Having learned the composition of the hexameter, which is the easiest of all verses, I had the patience to measure out the greater part of Virgil into feet and quantity, and whenever I was dubious whether a syllable was long or short, immediately consulted my Virgil. It may easily be conceived that I ran into many errors in consequence of those licenses permitted by the rules of versification, and it is certain that if there is an advantage in studying alone, there are also great inconveniences and inconceivable labor, as I have experienced more than any one. At 12 I quitted my books, and if dinner was not ready, paid my friends the pigeons a visit, or worked in the garden till it was, and when I heard myself called, ran very willingly, and with a good appetite to partake of it. For it is very remarkable, that let me be ever so indisposed, my appetite never fails. We dined very agreeably, chatting till Madam de Warrens could eat. 2 or 3 times a week, when it was fine, we drank our coffee in a cool shady arbor behind the house, that I had decorated with hops, and which was very refreshing during the heat. We usually passed an hour in viewing our flowers and vegetables, or in conversation relative to our manner of life, which greatly increased the pleasure of it. I had another little family at the end of the garden. There were several hives of bees, which I never failed to visit once a day, and was frequently accompanied by Madame de Warrens. I was greatly interested in their labor, and amused myself seeing them return to the hives, their little thighs so loaded with the precious store that they could hardly walk. At first curiosity made me indiscreet, and they stung me several times, but afterwards we were so well acquainted that, let me approach as near as I would, they never molested me, though the hives were full and the bees ready to swarm. At these times I have been surrounded, having them on my hands and face, without apprehending any danger. All animals are distrustful of man, and with reason, but when once assured he does not mean to injure them, their confidence becomes so great that he must be worse than a barbarian who abuses it. After this I returned to my books, but my afternoon employment ought rather to bear the name of recreation and amusement than labor or study. I have never been able to bear application after dinner, and in general any kind of attention is painful to me during the heat of the day. I employed myself, 'tis true, but without restraint or rule, and read without studying. What I most attended to at these times was history and geography, and as these did not require intense application, made as much progress in them as my weak memory would permit. I had an inclination to study Father Pitot, and launched into the gloom of chronology, but was disgusted at the critical part, which I found had neither bottom nor banks. This made me prefer the more exact measurement of time by the course of the celestial bodies. I should even have contracted a fondness for astronomy, had I been in possession of instruments, but was obliged to content myself with some of the elements of that art, learned from books, and a few rude observations made with a telescope, sufficient only to give me a general idea of the situation of the heavenly bodies; for my short sight is insufficient to distinguish the stars without the help of a glass. I recollect an adventure on this subject, the remembrance of which has often diverted me. I had bought a celestial planisphere to study the constellations by, and having fixed it on a frame, when the nights were fine and the sky clear, I went into the garden, and fixing the frame on 4 sticks, something higher than myself, which I drove into the ground, turned the planisphere downwards, and contrived to light it by means of a candle, which I put in a pail to prevent the wind from blowing it out, and then placed in the centre of the above mentioned 4 supporters. This done, I examined the stars with my glass, and from time to time referring to my planisphere, endeavored to distinguish the various constellations. I think I have before observed that our garden was on a terrace, and lay open to the road. One night, some country people passing very late, saw me in a most grotesque habit, busily employed in these observations. The light, which struck directly on the planisphere, proceeding from a cause they could not divine, the candle being concealed by the sides of the pail, the 4 stakes supporting a large paper marked over with various uncouth figures, with the motion of the telescope, which they saw turning backwards and forwards, gave the whole an air of conjuration that struck them with horror and amazement. My figure was by no means calculated to dispel their fears. A flapped hat put on over my nightcap, and a short cloak about my shoulder, which Madam de Warrens had obliged me to put on, presented in their idea the image of a real sorcerer. Being near midnight, they made no doubt but this was the beginning of some diabolical assembly, and having no curiosity to pry further into these mysteries, they fled with all possible speed, awakened their neighbors, and described this most dreadful vision. The story spread so fast that the next day the whole neighborhood was informed that a nocturnal assembly of witches was held in the garden that belonged to Monsieur Noiret, and I am ignorant what might have been the consequence of this rumor, if one of the countrymen who had been witness to my conjurations had not the same day carried his complaint to two Jesuits, who frequently came to visit us, and who, without knowing the foundation of the story, undeceived and satisfied them. These Jesuits told us the whole affair, and I acquainted them with the cause of it, which altogether furnished us with a hearty laugh. However, I resolved for the future to make my observations without light, and consult my planisphere in the house. Those who have read Venetian magic in the Letters from the Mountain may find that I long since had the reputation of being a conjurer. Such was the life I led at Les Charmettes when I had no rural employments, for they ever had the preference, and in those that did not exceed my strength I worked like a peasant. But my extreme weakness left me little except the will. Besides, as I have before observed, I wished to do two things at once, and therefore did neither well. I obstinately persisted in forcing my memory to retain a great deal by heart, and for that purpose I always carried some book with me, which, while at work, I studied with inconceivable labor. I was continually repeating something, and am really amazed that the fatigue of these vain and continual efforts did not render me entirely stupid. I must have learned and relearned the eclogues of Virgil 20 times over, though at this time I cannot recollect a single line of them. I have lost or spoiled a great number of books by a custom I had of carrying them with me into the dove house, the garden, orchard, or vineyard, when, being busy about something else, I laid my book at the foot of a tree, on the hedge, or in the first place that came to hand, and frequently left them there, finding them a fortnight after, perhaps, rotted to pieces, or eaten by the ants or snails. And this ardor for learning became so far a madness that it rendered me almost stupid, and I was perpetually muttering some passage or other to myself. End of section 14. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 15 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 15. The writings of Port-Royal and those of the Oratory, being what I most read, had made me half a Jansenist, and notwithstanding all my confidence, their harsh theology sometimes alarmed me. A dread of hell, which till then I had never much apprehended, by little and little disturbed my security, and had not Madame de Warrens tranquillized my soul, would at length have been too much for me. My confessor, who was hers likewise, contributed all in his power to keep up my hopes. This was a Jesuit named Father Homais, a good and wise old man, whose memory I shall ever hold in veneration. Though a Jesuit, he had the simplicity of a child, and his manners, less relaxed than gentle, were precisely what was necessary to balance the melancholy impressions made on me by Jansenism. This good man and his companion, Father Copier, came frequently to visit us at Les Charmettes, though the road was very rough and tedious for men of their age. These visits were very comfortable to me, which may the Almighty return to their souls, for they were so old that I cannot suppose them yet living. I sometimes went to see them at Chambéry, became acquainted at their convent, and had free access to the library. The remembrance of that happy time is so connected with the idea of those Jesuits, that I love one on account of the other; and though I have ever thought their doctrines dangerous, could never find myself in a disposition to hate them cordially. I should like to know whether there ever passed such childish notions in the hearts of other men as sometimes do in mine. In the midst of my studies, and of a life as innocent as man could lead, notwithstanding every persuasion to the contrary, the dread of hell frequently tormented me. I asked myself, what state am I in? Should I die at this instant, must I be damned? According to my Jansenists, the matter was indubitable, but according to my conscience, it appeared quite the contrary. Terrified and floating in this cruel uncertainty, I had recourse to the most laughable expedient to resolve my doubts, for which I would willingly shut up any man as a lunatic, should I see him practice the same folly. One day, meditating on this melancholy subject, I exercised myself in throwing stones at the trunks of trees, with my usual dexterity, that is to say, without hitting any of them. In the height of this charming exercise, it entered my mind to make a kind of prognostic that might calm my inquietude. I said, I will throw this stone at the tree facing me. If I hit my mark, I will consider it as a sign of salvation; if I miss, as a token of damnation. While I said this, I threw the stone with a trembling hand and beating breast, but so happily that it struck the body of the tree. which truly was not a difficult matter, for I had taken care to choose one that was very large and very near me. From that moment I never doubted my salvation. I know not, on recollecting this trait, whether I ought to laugh or shudder at myself. Ye great geniuses, who surely laugh at my folly, congratulate yourselves on your superior wisdom. But insult not my unhappiness, for I swear to you that I feel it most sensibly. These troubles, these alarms, inseparable perhaps from devotion, were only at intervals. In general I was tranquil, and the impression made on my soul by the idea of approaching death was less that of melancholy than a peaceful languor, which even had its pleasures. I have found among my old papers a kind of congratulation and exhortation which I made to myself on dying at an age when I had the courage to meet death with serenity, without having experienced any great evils, either of body or mind. How much justice was there in the thought! A preconception of what I had to suffer made me fear to live, and it seemed that I dreaded the fate which must attend my future days. I have never been so near wisdom as during this period, when I felt no great remorse for the past, nor tormenting fear for the future, the reigning sentiment of my soul being the enjoyment of the present. Serious people usually possess a lively sensuality which makes them highly enjoy those innocent pleasures that are allowed them. Worldlings, I know not why, impute this to them as a crime. Or rather, I well know the cause of this imputation. It is because they envy others the enjoyment of those simple and pure delights which they have lost the relish of. I had these inclinations, and found it charming to gratify them in security of conscience. My yet inexperienced heart gave in to all with the calm happiness of a child, or rather, if I dare use the expression, with the raptures of an angel. For in reality, these pure delights are as serene as those of paradise. Dinners on the grass at Montagnole, suppers in our arbor, gathering in the fruits, the vintage, a social meeting with our neighbors, all these were so many holidays, in which Madame de Warrens took as much pleasure as myself. Solitary walks afforded yet purer pleasure, because in them our hearts expanded with greater freedom. One particularly remains in my memory. It was on a Saint Louis day, whose name Madame de Warrens bore. We set out together early and unattended, after having heard a mass at break of day in a chapel adjoining our house, from a Carmelite who attended for that purpose. As I proposed walking over the hills opposite our dwelling, which we had not yet visited, we sent our provisions on before, the excursion being to last the whole day. Madame de Warrens, though rather corpulent, did not walk ill, and we rambled from hill to hill and wood to wood, sometimes in the sun, but oftener in the shade, resting from time to time, and regardless how the hours stole away, speaking of ourselves, of our union, of the gentleness of our fate, and offering up prayers for its duration, which were never heard. Everything conspired to augment our happiness. It had rained for several days previous to this, there was no dust, the brooks were full and rapid, a gentle breeze agitated the leaves, the air was pure, the horizon free from clouds. Serenity reigned in the sky as in our hearts. Our dinner was prepared at a peasant's house, and shared with him and his family, whose benedictions we received. These poor Savoyards are the worthiest of people. After dinner we regained the shade, and while I was picking up bits of dried sticks to boil our coffee, Madame de Warrens amused herself with herbalizing among the bushes, and with the flowers I had gathered for her in my way. She made me remark in their construction 1,000 natural beauties, which greatly amused me, and which ought to have given me a taste for botany, but the time was not yet come, and my attention was arrested by too many other studies. Besides this, an idea struck me, which diverted my thoughts from flowers and plants. The situation of my mind at that moment, all that we had said or done that day, every object that had struck me, brought to my remembrance the kind of waking dream I had at Annecy 7 or 8 years before, and which I have given an account of in its place. The similarity was so striking that it affected me even to tears. In a transport of tenderness, I embraced Madame de Warrens. "My dearest friend," said I, "this day has long since been promised me. I can see nothing beyond it. My happiness, by your means, is at its height. May it never decrease, may it continue as long as I am sensible of its value, then it can only finish with my life." Thus happily passed my days, and the more happily as I perceived nothing that could disturb or bring them to a conclusion. Not that the cause of my former uneasiness had absolutely ceased, but I saw it take another course, which I directed with my utmost care to useful objects, that the remedy might accompany the evil. Madame de Warrens naturally loved the country, and this taste did not cool while with me. By little and little she contracted a fondness for rustic employments, wished to make the most of her land, and had in that particular a knowledge which she practiced with pleasure. Not satisfied with what belonged to the house, she hired first a field, then a meadow, transferring her enterprising humor to the objects of agriculture, and instead of remaining unemployed in the house, was in the way of becoming a complete farmer. I was not greatly pleased to see this passion increase, and endeavored all I could to oppose it, for I was certain she would be deceived, and that her liberal extravagant disposition would infallibly carry her expenses beyond her profits. However, I consoled myself by thinking the produce could not be useless, and would at least help her to live. Of all the projects she could form, this appeared the least ruinous, Without regarding it, therefore, in the light she did, as a profitable scheme, I considered it as a perpetual employment which would keep her from the more ruinous enterprises, and out of the reach of impostors. With this idea, I ardently wished to recover my health and strength, that I might superintend her affairs, overlook her laborers, or rather be the principal one myself. The exercise this naturally obliged me to take, with the relaxation it procured me from books and study, was serviceable to my health. The winter following, Barillot returning from Italy brought me some books, and among others the Bontempi and La Cartella per Musica of Father Banchieri. These gave me a taste for the history of music, and for the theoretical researches of that pleasing art. Barillot remained some time with us, and as I had been of age for some months, I determined to go to Geneva the following spring and demand my mother's inheritance, or at least that part which belonged to me, till it could be ascertained what had become of my brother. This plan was executed as it had been resolved. I went to Geneva. My father met me there, for he had occasionally visited Geneva a long time since, without its being particularly noticed, though the decree that had been pronounced against him had never been reversed. But being esteemed for his courage and respected for his probity, the situation of his affairs was pretended to be forgotten, or perhaps the magistrates, employed with the great project that broke out some little time after, were not willing to alarm the citizens by recalling to their memory at an improper time this instance of their former partiality. I apprehended that I should meet with difficulties on account of having changed my religion, but none occurred, the laws of Geneva being less harsh in that particular than those of Berne, where whoever changes his religion not only loses his freedom, but his property. My rights, however, were not disputed, but I found my patrimony, I know not how, reduced to very little, and though it was known almost to a certainty that my brother was dead, yet as there was no legal proof, I could not lay claim to his share, which I left without regret to my father, who enjoyed it as long as he lived. No sooner were the necessary formalities adjusted, and I had received my money, some of which I expended in books, then I flew with the remainder to Madam de Warrens. My heart beat with joy during the journey, and the moment in which I gave the money into her hands was to me 1,000 times more delightful than that which gave it into mine. She received this with a simplicity common to great souls, who, doing similar actions without effort, see them without admiration. Indeed, it was almost all expended for my use, for it would have been employed in the same manner had it come from any other quarter. End of Section 15. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 16 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 16. My health was not yet re established. I decayed visibly, was pale as death, and reduced to an absolute skeleton. The beating of my arteries was extreme, my palpitations were frequent, I was sensible of a continual oppression, and my weakness became at length so great that I could scarcely move or step without danger of suffocation, stoop without vertigos, or lift even the smallest weight, which reduced me to the most tormenting inaction for a man so naturally stirring as myself. It is certain my disorder was in a great measure hypochondriacal. The vapors is a malady common to people in fortunate situations. The tears I frequently shed without reason, the lively alarms I felt on the falling of a leaf, or the fluttering of a bird, inequality of humor in the calm of a most pleasing life, lassitude, which made me weary even of happiness, and carried sensibility to extravagance, were instances of this. We are so little formed for felicity, that when the soul and body do not suffer together, they must necessarily endure separate inconveniences, the good state of the one being almost always injurious to the happiness of the other. Had all the pleasures of life courted me, my weakened frame would not have permitted the enjoyment of them, without my being able to particularize the real seat of my complaint. Yet in the decline of life, after having encountered very serious and real evils, my body seemed to regain its strength, as if on purpose to encounter additional misfortunes, and at the moment I write this, though infirm, near 60, and overwhelmed with every kind of sorrow, I feel more ability to suffer than I ever possessed for enjoyment when in the very flower of my age, and in the bosom of real happiness. To complete me, I had mingled a little physiology among my other readings. I set about studying anatomy, and considering the multitude, movement, and wonderful construction of the various parts that composed the human machine, my apprehensions were instantly increased. I expected to feel mine deranged 20 times a day, and far from being surprised to find myself dying, was astonished that I yet existed. I could not read the description of any malady without thinking it mine, and had I not been already indisposed, I am certain I should have become so from this study. Finding in every disease symptoms similar to mine, I fancied I had them all, and at length gained one more troublesome than any I had yet suffered, which I had thought myself delivered from. This was a violent inclination to seek a cure, which is very difficult to suppress when once a person begins reading physical books. By searching, reflecting, and comparing, I became persuaded that the foundation of my complaint was a polypus at the heart. And Dr. Salomon appeared to coincide with the idea. Reasonably, this opinion should have confirmed my former resolution of considering myself past cure. This, however, was not the case. On the contrary, I exerted every power of my understanding in search of a remedy for a polypus, resolving to undertake this marvelous cure. In a journey which Anet had made to Montpellier, to see the physic garden there, and visit Monsieur Sauvage, the demonstrator, he had been informed that Monsieur Fils had cured a polypus similar to that I fancied myself afflicted with. Madame de Warrens, recollecting this circumstance, mentioned it to me, and nothing more was necessary to inspire me with a desire to consult Monsieur Fils. The hope of recovery gave me courage and strength to undertake the journey. The money from Geneva furnished the means. Madame de Warrens, far from dissuading, entreated me to go. Behold me, therefore, without further ceremony, set out for Montpellier. But it was not necessary to go so far to find the cure I was in search of. Finding the motion of the horse too fatiguing, I had hired a chaise at Grenoble, and on entering Moirans, 5 or 6 other chaises arrived in a rank after mine. The greater part of these were in the train of a new married lady called Madame du Colombier. With her was a Madame de Larnage, not so young or handsome as the former, yet not less amiable. The bride was to stop at Romans, but the other lady was to pursue her route as far as Saint Andiol, near the Pont du Saint Esprit. With my natural timidity, it will not be conjectured that I was very ready at forming an acquaintance with these fine ladies, and the company that attended them; but travelling the same road, lodging at the same inns, and being obliged to eat at the same table, the acquaintance seemed unavoidable, as any backwardness on my part would have got me the character of a very unsociable being. It was formed then, and even sooner than I desired, for all this bustle was by no means convenient to a person in ill health, particularly to one of my humor. Curiosity renders these vixens extremely insinuating. They accomplish their design of becoming acquainted with a man by endeavoring to turn his brain, and this was precisely what happened to me. Madame du Colombier was too much surrounded by her young gallants to have any opportunity of paying much attention to me. Besides, it was not worth while, as we were to separate in so short a time. But Madame de Larnage, less attended to than her young friend, had to provide herself for the remainder of the journey. Behold me then, attacked by Madame de Larnage, and adieu to poor Jean-Jacques, or rather farewell to fever, vapors, and polypus, all completely vanished when in her presence. The ill state of my health was the first subject of our conversation. They saw I was indisposed, knew I was going to Montpellier, but my air and manner certainly did not exhibit the appearance of a libertine, since it was clear by what followed they did not suspect I was going there for a reason that carries many that road. In the morning they sent to inquire after my health, and invite me to take chocolate with them; and when I made my appearance, asked how I had passed the night. Once, according to my praiseworthy custom of speaking without thought, I replied, I did not know, which answer naturally made them conclude I was a fool. But on questioning me further, the examination turned out so far to my advantage that I rather rose in their opinion, and I once heard Madame du Colombier say to her friend, "He is amiable, but not sufficiently acquainted with the world." These words were a great encouragement, and assisted me in rendering myself agreeable. As we became more familiar, it was natural to give each other some little account of whence we came, and who we were. This embarrassed me greatly, for I was sensible that in good company, and among women of spirit, the very name of a new convert would utterly undo me. I know not by what whimsicality I resolved to pass for an Englishman. However, in consequence of that determination, I gave myself out for a Jacobite, and was readily believed. They called me Monsieur Dudding, which was the name I assumed with my new character; and a cursed Marquis Torignan, who was one of the company, an invalid like myself, and both old and ill tempered, took it in his head to begin a long conversation with me. He spoke of King James, of the Pretender, and the old court of Saint Germain. I sat on thorns the whole time, for I was totally unacquainted with all these, except what little I had picked up in the account of Earl Hamilton, and from the gazettes. However, I made such fortunate use of the little I did know as to extricate myself from this dilemma, happy in not being questioned on the English language, which I did not know a single word of. The company were all very agreeable. We looked forward to the moment of separation with regret, and therefore made snail's journeys. We arrived one Sunday at Saint Marcellin's. Madame de Larnage would go to mass. I accompanied her, and had nearly ruined all my affairs, for by my modest, reserved countenance during the service, she concluded me a bigot, and conceived a very indifferent opinion of me, as I learned from her own account 2 days after. It required a great deal of gallantry on my part to efface this ill impression, or rather Madame de Larnage, who was not easily disheartened, determined to risk the first advances, and see how I should behave. She made several, but far from being presuming on my figure, I thought she was making sport of me. Full of this ridiculous idea, there was no folly I was not guilty of. Madame de Larnage persisted in such caressing behavior, that a much wiser man than myself could hardly have taken it seriously. The more obvious her advances were, the more I was confirmed in my mistake, and what increased my torment, I found I was really in love with her. I frequently said to myself, and sometimes to her, sighing, Ah, why is this not all real? Then should I be the most fortunate of men. I am inclined to think my stupidity did but increase her resolution, and make her determined to get the better of it. We left Madame du Colombier at Romans, after which Madame de Larnage, the Marquis de Torignan, and myself continued our route slowly, and in the most agreeable manner. The Marquis, though indisposed, and rather ill humored, was an agreeable companion, but was not best pleased at seeing the lady bestow all her attentions on me, while he passed unregarded; for Madame de Larnage took so little care to conceal her inclination, that he perceived it sooner than I did, and his sarcasms must have given me that confidence I could not presume to take from the kindness of the lady, if by a surmise which no one but myself could have blundered on, I had not imagined they perfectly understood each other, and were agreed to turn my passion into ridicule. This foolish idea completed my stupidity, making me act the most ridiculous part, while, had I listened to the feelings of my heart, I might have been performing one far more brilliant. I am astonished that Madame de Larnage was not disgusted at my folly, and did not discard me with disdain. But she plainly perceived there was more bashfulness than indifference in my composition. End of section 16. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 17 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 17. We arrived at Valence to dinner, and according to our usual custom, passed the remainder of the day there. We lodged out of the city, at the St. James, an inn I shall never forget. After dinner, Madame de Larnage proposed a walk. She knew the Marquis was no walker; consequently, this was an excellent plan for a tete-a-tete, which she was predetermined to make the most of. While we were walking around the city, by the side of the moats, I entered on a long history of my complaint, to which she answered in so tender an accent, frequently pressing my arm, which she held to her heart, that it required all my stupidity not to be convinced of the sincerity of her attachment. I have already observed that she was amiable. Love rendered her charming, adding all the loveliness of youth, and she managed her advances with so much art that they were sufficient to have seduced the most insensible. I was therefore in very uneasy circumstances, and frequently on the point of making a declaration; but the dread of offending her, and the still greater of being laughed at, ridiculed, made table talk, and complimented on my enterprise by the satirical Marquis, had such unconquerable power over me, that though ashamed of my ridiculous bashfulness, I could not take courage to surmount it. I had ended the history of my complaints, which I felt the ridiculousness of at this time, and not knowing how to look or what to say, continued silent, giving the finest opportunity in the world for that ridicule I so much dreaded. Happily, Madame de Larnage took a more favorable resolution, and suddenly interrupted this silence by throwing her arms round my neck, while at the same instant her lips spoke too plainly on mine to be any longer misunderstood. This was reposing that confidence in me, the want of which has almost always prevented me from appearing myself. For once I was at ease, my heart, eyes, and tongue spoke freely what I felt. Never did I make better reparation for my mistakes, and if this little conquest had cost Madame de Larnage some difficulties, I have reason to believe she did not regret them. Was I to live 100 years, I should never forget this charming woman. I say charming, for though neither young nor beautiful, she was neither old nor ugly, having nothing in her appearance that could prevent her wit and accomplishments from producing all their effects. It was possible to see her without falling in love, but those she favored could not fail to adore her, which proves, in my opinion, that she was not generally so prodigal of her favors. It is true, her inclination for me was so sudden and lively, that it scarce appears excusable, though from the short but charming interval I passed with her, I have reason to think her heart was more influenced than her passions. Our good intelligence did not escape the penetration of the Marquis. Not that he discontinued his usual raillery; on the contrary, he treated me as a sighing, hopeless swain, languishing under the rigors of his mistress. Not a word, smile, or look escaped him by which I could imagine he suspected my happiness, and I should have thought him completely deceived, had not Madame de Larnage, who was more clear sighted than myself, assured me of the contrary. But he was a well bred man, and it was impossible to behave with more attention or greater civility than he constantly paid me, notwithstanding his satirical sallies, especially after my success, which, as he was unacquainted with my stupidity, he perhaps gave me the honor of achieving. It has already been seen that he was mistaken in this particular, but no matter, I profited by his error, for being conscious that the laugh was on my side, I took all his sallies in good part, and sometimes parried them with tolerable success. For proud of the reputation of wit which Madame de Larnage had thought fit to discover in me, I no longer appeared the same man. We were both in a country and season of plenty, and had everywhere excellent cheer, thanks to the good cares of the Marquis, though I would willingly have relinquished this advantage to have been more satisfied with the situation of our chambers. But he always sent his footman on to provide them, and whether of his own accord, or by the order of his master, the rogue always took care that the Marquis's chamber should be close by Madame de Larnage's, while mine was at the further end of the house. But that made no great difference, or perhaps it rendered our rendezvous the more charming. This happiness lasted 4 or 5 days, during which time I was intoxicated with delight, which I tasted pure and serene, without any alloy, an advantage I could never boast before. And I may add, it is owing to Madame de Larnage that I did not go out of the world without having tasted real pleasure. If the sentiment I felt for her was not precisely love, it was at least a very tender return of what she testified for me. Our meetings were so delightful that they possessed all the sweets of love, without that kind of delirium which affects the brain, and even tends to diminish our happiness. I never experienced true love but once in my life, and that was not with Madame de Larnage. Neither did I feel that affection for her which I had been sensible of, and yet continued to possess, for Madame de Warrens. But for this very reason our tete-a-tete were 100 times more delightful. When with Madame de Warrens, my felicity was always disturbed by a secret sadness, a compunction of heart, which I found it impossible to surmount. Instead of being delighted at the acquisition of so much happiness, I could not help reproaching myself for contributing to render her I loved unworthy. On the contrary, with Madame de Larnage, I was proud of my happiness, and gave into it without repugnance, while my triumph redoubled every other charm. I do not recollect exactly where we quitted the Marquis, who resided in this country, but I know we were alone on our arrival at Montélimar, where Madame de Larnage made her chambermaid get into my chaise, and accommodate me with a seat in hers. It will easily be believed that travelling in this manner was by no means displeasing to me, and that I should be very much puzzled to give any account of the country we passed through. She had some business at Montélimar, which detained her there 2 or 3 days. During this time she quitted me but 1/4 of an hour, for a visit she could not avoid, which embarrassed her with a number of invitations she had no inclination to accept, and therefore excused herself by pleading some indisposition, though she took care this should not prevent our walking together every day in the most charming country, and under the finest sky imaginable. Oh, those 3 days! What reason have I to regret them? Never did such happiness return again. The amours of a journey cannot be very durable. It was necessary we should part, and I must confess it was almost time. Not that I was weary of my happiness, but I might as well have been. We endeavored to comfort each other for the pain of parting by forming plans for our reunion, and it was concluded that after staying 5 or 6 weeks at Montpellier, which would give Madame de Larnage time to prepare for my reception in such a manner as to prevent scandal, I should return to Saint Andiol and spend the winter under her direction. She gave me ample instruction on what it was necessary I should know, on what it would be proper to say, and how I should conduct myself. She spoke much and earnestly on the care of my health, conjured me to consult skillful physicians, and be attentive and exact in following their prescriptions, whatever they might happen to be. I believe her concern was sincere, for she loved me, and gave proofs of her affection less equivocal than the prodigality of her favors. For judging by my mode of travelling that I was not in very affluent circumstances, though not rich herself, on our parting she would have had me share the contents of her purse, which she had brought pretty well furnished from Grenoble, and it was with great difficulty I could make her put up with a denial. In a word, we parted, my heart full of her idea, and leaving in hers, if I am not mistaken, a firm attachment to me. While pursuing the remainder of my journey, remembrance ran over everything that had passed from the commencement of it, and I was well satisfied at finding myself alone in a comfortable chaise, where I could ruminate at ease on the pleasures I had enjoyed, and those which awaited my return. I only thought of Saint Andiol, of the life I was to lead there. I saw nothing but Madame de Larnage, or what related to her. The whole universe besides was nothing to me. Even Madame de Warrens was forgotten. I set about combining all the details by which Madame de Larnage had endeavored to give me in advance an idea of her house, of the neighborhood, of her connections and manner of life, finding everything charming. She had a daughter, whom she had often described in the warmest terms of maternal affection. This daughter was 15, lively, charming, and of an amiable disposition. Madame de Larnage promised me her friendship. I had not forgotten that promise, and was curious to know how Mademoiselle de Larnage would treat her mother's bonne amie. These were the subjects of my reveries from the Pont du Saint-Esprit to Remoulins. I had been advised to visit the Pont du Gard. Hitherto I had seen none of the remaining monuments of Roman magnificence, and I expected to find this worthy the hands by which it was constructed. For once the reality surpassed my expectation. This was the only time in my life it ever did so, and the Romans alone could have produced that effect. The view of this noble and sublime work struck me the more forcibly from being in the midst of a desert, where silence and solitude render the majestic edifice more striking, and admiration more lively, for though called a bridge, it is nothing more than an aqueduct. One cannot help exclaiming, what strength could have transported these enormous stones so far from any quarry? and what motive could have united the labors of so many millions of men in a place that no one inhabited? I remained here whole hours in the most ravishing contemplation, and returned pensive and thoughtful to my inn. This reverie was by no means favorable to Madame de Larnage. She had taken care to forewarn me against the girls of Montpellier, but not against the Pont du Gard. It is impossible to provide for every contingency. On my arrival at Nismes, I went to see the amphitheatre, which is a far more magnificent work than even the Pont du Gard, yet it made a much less impression on me, perhaps because my admiration had been already exhausted on the former object, or that the situation of the latter, in the midst of a city, was less proper to excite it. This vast and superb circus is surrounded by small dirty houses, while yet smaller and dirtier fill up the area, in such a manner that the whole produces an unequal and confused effect, in which regret and indignation stifle pleasure and surprise. The amphitheatre at Verona is a vast deal smaller, and less beautiful than that at Nismes, but preserved with all possible care and neatness, by which means alone it made a much stronger and more agreeable impression on me. The French pay no regard to these things, respect no monument of antiquity. Ever eager to undertake, they never finish, nor preserve anything that is already finished to their hands. End of section 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 18 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 18. I was so much better, and had gained such an appetite by exercise, that I stopped a whole day at the Pont de Lunel, for the sake of good entertainment and company, this being deservedly esteemed at that time the best inn in Europe. For those who kept it, knowing how to make its fortunate situation turn to advantage, took care to provide both abundance and variety. It was really curious to find in a lonely country house a table every day furnished with sea and freshwater fish, excellent game, and choice wines, served up with all the attention and care which are only to be expected among the great or opulent, and all this for 35 sous each person. But the Pont de Lunel did not long remain on this footing, for the proprietor, presuming too much on its reputation, at length lost it entirely. During this journey I really forgot my complaints, but recollected them again on my arrival at Montpellier. My vapors were absolutely gone, but every other complaint remained, and though custom had rendered them less troublesome, they were still sufficient to make any one who had been suddenly seized with them suppose himself attacked by some mortal disease. In effect, they were rather alarming than painful, and made the mind suffer more than the body, though it apparently threatened the latter with destruction. While my attention was called off by the vivacity of my passions, I paid no attention to my health; but as my complaints were not altogether imaginary, I thought of them seriously when the tumult had subsided. Recollecting the salutary advice of Madame de Larnage, and the cause of my journey, I consulted the most famous practitioners, particularly M. Fils, and through superabundance of precaution boarded at a doctor's, who was an Irishman and named Fitzmaurice. This person boarded a number of young gentlemen who were studying physic, and what rendered his house very commodious for an invalid, he contented himself with a moderate pension for provisions, lodging, etc., and took nothing of his boarders for attendance as a physician. He even undertook to execute the orders of M. Fils, and endeavored to re establish my health. He certainly acquitted himself very well in this employment. As to regimen, indigestions were not to be gained at his table, and though I am not much hurt at privations of that kind, the objects of comparison were so near, that I could not help thinking with myself sometimes that M. le Marquis de Torignan was a much better provider than M. Fitzmaurice. Notwithstanding, as there was no danger of dying with hunger, and all the youths were gay and good humored, I believe this manner of living was really serviceable, and prevented my falling into those languors I had latterly been so subject to. I passed the morning in taking medicines, particularly I know not what kind of waters, but believe they were those of Valls, and in writing to Madame de Larnage; for the correspondence was regularly kept up, and Rousseau kindly undertook to receive these letters for his good friend Dudding. At noon I took a walk to the Canourg with some of our young boarders, who were all very good lads. After this we assembled for dinner. When this was over, an affair of importance employed the greater part of us till night. This was going a little way out of town to take our afternoon's collation, and make up 2 or 3 parties at Mal or Mallet. As I had neither strength nor skill, I did not play myself, but I betted on the game, and interested for the success of my wager, followed the players and their balls over rough and stony roads, procuring by this means both an agreeable and salutary exercise. We took our afternoon's refreshment at an inn out of the city. I need not observe that these meetings were extremely merry, but should not omit that they were equally innocent, though the girls of the house were very pretty. M. Fitzmaurice, who was a great mall player himself, was our president, and I must observe, notwithstanding the imputation of wildness that is generally bestowed on students, that I found more virtuous dispositions among these youths than could easily be found among an equal number of men. They were rather noisy than fond of wine, and more merry than libertine. I accustomed myself so much to this mode of life, and it accorded so entirely with my humor, that I should have been very well content with a continuance of it. Several of my fellow boarders were Irish, from whom I endeavored to learn some English words, as a precaution for Saint Andiol. The time now drew near for my departure. Every letter Madam de Larnage wrote, she entreated me not to delay it, and at length I prepared to obey her. I was convinced that the physicians, who understood nothing of my disorder, looked on my complaint as imaginary, and treated me accordingly with their waters and whey. In this respect, physicians and philosophers differ widely from theologians, admitting the truth only of what they can explain, and making their knowledge the measure of possibilities. These gentlemen understood nothing of my illness, therefore concluded I could not be ill. And who would presume to doubt the profound skill of a physician? I plainly saw they only meant to amuse, and make me swallow my money, and judging their substitute at Saint Andiol would do me quite as much service, and be infinitely more agreeable, I resolved to give her the preference. Full, therefore, of this wise resolution, I quitted Montpelier. I set off towards the end of November, after a stay of 6 weeks or 2 months in that city, where I left a dozen louis, without either my health or understanding being the better for it, except from a short course of anatomy begun under Monsieur Fitzmaurice, which I was soon obliged to abandon from the horrid stench of the bodies he dissected, which I found impossible to endure. Not thoroughly satisfied in my own mind on the rectitude of this expedition, as I advanced towards the Pont du Saint Esprit, which was equally the road to Saint Andiol and to Chambery, I began to reflect on Madam de Warrens, the remembrance of whose letters, though less frequent than those from Madam de Larnage, awakened in my heart a remorse that passion had stifled in the first part of my journey, but which became so lively on my return, that, setting just estimate on the love of pleasure, I found myself in such a situation of mind that I could listen wholly to the voice of reason. Besides, in continuing to act the part of an adventurer, I might be less fortunate than I had been in the beginning; for it was only necessary that in all Saint Andiol there should be one person who had been in England, or who knew the English or anything of their language, to prove me an impostor. The family of Madam de Larnage might not be pleased with me, and would perhaps treat me unpolitely. Her daughter too made me uneasy, for in spite of myself, I thought more of her than was necessary. I trembled lest I should fall in love with this girl, and that very fear had already half done the business. Was I going in return for the mother's kindness to seek the ruin of the daughter? To sow dissension, dishonor, scandal, and hell itself in her family? The very idea struck me with horror, and I took the firmest resolution to combat and vanquish this unhappy attachment, should I be so unfortunate as to experience it. But why expose myself to this danger? How miserable must the situation be to live with the mother whom I should be weary of, and sigh for the daughter, without daring to make known my affection. What necessity was there to seek this situation, and expose myself to misfortunes, affronts, and remorse, for the sake of pleasures whose greatest charm was already exhausted? For I was sensible this attachment had lost its first vivacity. With these thoughts were mingled reflections relative to my situation, and duty to that good and generous friend, who, already loaded with debts, would become more so from the foolish expenses I was running into, and whom I was deceiving so unworthily. This reproach at length became so keen that it triumphed over every temptation, and on approaching the Pont du Saint Esprit, I formed the resolution to burn my whole magazine of letters from Saint Andiol, and continue my journey right forward to Chambéry. I executed this resolution courageously, with some sighs, I confess, but with the heartfelt satisfaction, which I enjoyed for the first time in my life, of saying, I merit my own esteem, and know how to prefer duty to pleasure. This was the first real obligation I owed my books, since these had taught me to reflect and compare. After the virtuous principles I had so lately adopted, after all the rules of wisdom and honor I had proposed to myself, and felt so proud to follow, the shame of possessing so little stability, and contradicting so egregiously my own maxims, triumphed over the allurements of pleasure. Perhaps, after all, pride had as much share in my resolution as virtue; but if this pride is not virtue itself, its effects are so similar that we are pardonable in deceiving ourselves. One advantage resulting from good actions is that they elevate the soul to a disposition of attempting still better; for such is human weakness, that we must place among our good deeds an abstinence from those crimes we are tempted to commit. No sooner was my resolution confirmed than I became another man, or rather, I became what I was before I had erred, and saw in its true colors what the intoxication of the moment had either concealed or disguised. Full of worthy sentiments and wise resolutions, I continued my journey, intending to regulate my future conduct by the laws of virtue, and dedicate myself without reserve to that best of friends, to whom I vowed as much fidelity in future as I felt real attachment. The sincerity of this return to virtue appeared to promise a better destiny; but mine, alas, was fixed, and already begun, even at the very moment when my heart, full of good and virtuous sentiments, was contemplating only innocence and happiness through life. I touched on the fatal period that was to draw after it the long chain of my misfortunes. End of section 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 19 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 19. My impatience to arrive at Chambéry had made me use more diligence than I meant to do. I had sent a letter from Valence, mentioning the day and hour I should arrive, but I had gained half a day on this calculation, which time I passed at Chaparillan, that I might arrive exactly at the time I mentioned. I wished to enjoy to its full extent the pleasure of seeing her, and preferred deferring this happiness a little, that expectancy might increase the value of it. This precaution had always succeeded. Hitherto my arrival had caused a little holiday. I expected no less this time, and these preparations, so dear to me, would have been well worth the trouble of contriving them. I arrived then exactly at the hour, and while at a considerable distance, looked forward with an expectancy of seeing her on the road to meet me. The beating of my heart increased as I drew near the house. At length I arrived, quite out of breath, for I had left my chaise in the town. I see no one in the garden, at the door, or at the windows. I am seized with terror, fearful that some accident has happened. I enter, all is quiet. The laborers are eating their luncheon in the kitchen, and far from observing any preparation, the servants seem surprised to see me, not knowing I was expected. I go upstairs, at length see her, that dear friend, so tenderly, truly, and entirely beloved. I instantly ran towards her, and threw myself at her feet. "Ah, child," said she, "art thou returned then?" embracing me at the same time. "Have you had a good journey? How do you do?" This reception amused me for some moments. I then asked whether she had received my letter. She answered, "Yes." "I should have thought not," replied I, and the information concluded there. A young man was with her at this time. I recollected having seen him in the house before my departure, but at present he seemed established there. In short, he was so. I found my place already supplied. This young man came from the country of Vaud. His father, named Vintzenried, was keeper of the prison, or as he expressed himself, captain of the castle of Chillon. This son of the captain was a journeyman peruke maker, and gained his living in that capacity when he first presented himself to Madame de Warrens, who received him kindly, as she did all comers, particularly those from her own country. He was a tall, fair, silly youth, well enough made, with an unmeaning face, and a mind of the same description, speaking always like the beau in a comedy, and mingling the manners and customs of his former situation with a long history of his gallantry and success, naming, according to his account, not above half the marchionesses who had favored him, and pretending never to have dressed the head of a pretty woman without having likewise decorated her husband's. Vain, foolish, ignorant, and insolent, such was the worthy substitute taken in my absence, and the companion offered me on my return. Oh, if souls disengaged from their terrestrial bonds, yet view from the bosom of eternal light what passes here below, pardon, dear and respectable shade, that I show no more favor to your failings than my own, but equally unveil both. I ought and will be just to you as to myself, but how much less will you lose by this resolution than I shall? How much do your amiable and gentle disposition, your inexhaustible goodness of heart, your frankness, and other amiable virtues compensate for your foibles, if a subversion of reason alone can be called such? You had errors, but not vices. Your conduct was reprehensible, but your heart was ever pure. The newcomer had shown himself zealous and exact in all her little commissions, which were ever numerous, and he diligently overlooked the laborers. As noisy and insolent as I was quiet and forbearing, he was seen, or rather heard, at the plough, in the hayloft, woodhouse, stable, farmyard, at the same instant. He neglected the gardening, this labor being too peaceful and moderate. His chief pleasure was to load or drive the cart, to saw or cleave wood. He was never seen without a hatchet or pickaxe in his hand, running, knocking, and hallooing with all his might. I know not how many men's labor he performed, but he certainly made noise enough for 10 or a dozen at least. All this bustle imposed on poor Madame de Warrens. She thought this young man a treasure, and willing to attach him to herself, employed the means she imagined necessary for that purpose, not forgetting what she most depended on, the surrender of her person. Those who have thus far read this work should be able to form some judgment of my heart. Its sentiments were the most constant and sincere, particularly those which had brought me back to Chambery. What a sudden and complete overthrow was this to my whole being! But to judge fully of this, the reader must place himself for a moment in my situation. I saw all the future felicity I had promised myself vanish in a moment, all the charming ideas I had indulged so affectionately disappear entirely, and I, who even from childhood had not been able to consider my existence for a moment as separate from hers, for the first time saw myself utterly alone. This moment was dreadful, and those that succeeded it were ever gloomy. I was yet young, but the pleasing sentiments of enjoyment and hope which enliven youth were extinguished. From that hour my existence seemed half annihilated. I contemplated in advance the melancholy remains of an insipid life, and if at any time an image of happiness glanced through my mind, it was not that which appeared natural to me, and I felt that even should I obtain it, I must still be wretched. I was so dull of apprehension, and my confidence in her was so great, that notwithstanding the familiar tone of the newcomer, which I looked on as an effect of the easy disposition of Madam de Warrens, which rendered her free with every one, I never should have suspected his real situation, had not she herself informed me of it. But she hastened to make this avowal with a freedom calculated to inflame me with resentment, could my heart have turned to that point. Speaking of this connection as quite immaterial with respect to herself, she reproached me with negligence in the care of the family, and mentioned my frequent absence, as though she had been in haste to supply my place. "Ah," said I, my heart bursting with the most poignant grief, "what do you dare to inform me of? Is this the reward of an attachment like mine? Have you so many times preserved my life for the sole purpose of taking from me all that could render it desirable? Your infidelity will bring me to the grave, but you will regret my loss." She answered, with a tranquillity sufficient to distract me, that I talked like a child, that people did not die from such slight causes, that our friendship need be no less sincere, nor we any less intimate, for that her tender attachment to me could neither diminish nor end but with herself. In a word, she gave me to understand that my happiness need not suffer any decrease from the good fortune of this new favorite. Never did the purity, truth, and force of my attachment to her appear more evident. Never did I feel the sincerity and honesty of my soul more forcibly than at that moment. I threw myself at her feet, embracing her knees with torrents of tears. "No, madam," replied I, with the most violent agitation, "I love you too much to disgrace you thus far, and too truly to share you. The regret that accompanied the first acquisition of your favors has continued to increase with my affection. I cannot preserve them by so violent an augmentation of it. You shall ever have my adoration, be worthy of it. To me that is more necessary than all you can bestow. It is to you, O my dearest friend, that I resign my rights. It is to the union of our hearts that I sacrifice my pleasure. Rather would I perish 1,000 times than thus degrade her I love." I preserved this resolution with a constancy worthy, I may say, of the sentiment that gave it birth. From this moment I saw this beloved woman but with the eyes of a real son. It should be remarked here that this resolve did not meet her private approbation, as I too well perceived. Yet she never employed the least art to make me renounce it, either by insinuating proposals, caresses, or any of those means which women so well know how to employ without exposing themselves to violent censure, and which seldom fail to succeed. Reduced to seek a fate independent of hers, and not able to devise one, I passed to the other extreme, placing my happiness so absolutely in her, that I became almost regardless of myself. The ardent desire to see her happy at any rate, absorbed all my affections. It was in vain she endeavored to separate her felicity from mine. I felt I had a part in it, spite of every impediment. Thus those virtues whose seeds in my heart begun to spring up with my misfortunes, they had been cultivated by study, and only waited the fermentation of adversity to become prolific. The first fruit of this disinterested disposition was to put from my heart every sentiment of hatred and envy against him who had supplanted me. I even sincerely wished to attach myself to this young man, to form and educate him, to make him sensible of his happiness, and if possible render him worthy of it. In a word, to do for him what Anet had formerly done for me. But the similarity of dispositions was wanting. More insinuating and enlightened than Anet, I possessed neither his coolness, fortitude, nor commanding strength of character, which I must have had in order to succeed. Neither did the young man possess those qualities which Anet found in me, such as gentleness, gratitude, and above all, the knowledge of a want of his instructions, and an ardent desire to render them useful. All these were wanting. The person I wished to improve saw in me nothing but an importunate, chattering pedant, while, on the contrary, he admired his own importance in the house, measuring the services he thought he rendered by the noise he made, and looking on his saws, hatchets, and pickaxes as infinitely more useful than all my old books. And perhaps in this particular he might not be altogether blamable, but he gave himself a number of airs sufficient to make any one die with laughter. With the peasants he assumed the airs of a country gentleman. Presently he did as much with me, and at length with Madame de Warrens herself. His name, Vintzenried, did not appear noble enough, he therefore changed it to that of Monsieur de Courtille, and by the latter appellation he was known at Chambéry and in Maurienne, where he married. At length this illustrious personage gave himself such airs of consequence that he was everything in the house, and myself nothing. When I had the misfortune to displease him, he scolded Madame de Warrens, and a fear of exposing her to his brutality rendered me subservient to all his whims, so that every time he cleaved wood, an office which he performed with singular pride, it was necessary I should be an idle spectator and admirer of his prowess. This lad was not, however, of a bad disposition. He loved Madame de Warrens. Indeed, it was impossible to do otherwise. Nor had he any aversion even to me, and when he happened to be out of his airs, would listen to our admonitions, and frankly own he was a fool. Yet notwithstanding these acknowledgments, his follies continued in the same proportion. His knowledge was so contracted, and his inclinations so mean, that it was useless to reason, and almost impossible to be pleased with him. Not content with a most charming woman, he amused himself with an old, red-haired, toothless waiting maid, whose unwelcome service Madame de Warrens had the patience to endure, though it was absolutely disgusting. I soon perceived this new inclination, and was exasperated at it. But I saw something else, which affected me yet more, and made a deeper impression on me than anything had hitherto done. This was a visible coldness in the behavior of Madame de Warrens towards me. The privation I had imposed on myself, and which she affected to approve, is one of those affronts which women scarcely ever forgive. Take the most sensible, the most philosophic female, one the least attached to pleasure, and slighting her favors, if within your reach, will be found the most unpardonable crime, even though she may care nothing for the man. This rule is certainly without exception, since a sympathy so natural and ardent was impaired in her by an abstinence founded only on virtue, attachment, and esteem. I no longer found with her that union of hearts which constituted all the happiness of mine. She seldom sought me but when we had occasion to complain of this newcomer, for when they were agreed, I enjoyed but little of her confidence, and at length was scarcely ever consulted in her affairs. She seemed pleased, indeed, with my company, but had I passed whole days without seeing her, she would hardly have missed me. End of section 19. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 20 of Confessions, volumes 5 and 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 20. Insensibly, I found myself desolate and alone in that house where I had formerly been the very soul, where, if I may so express myself, I had enjoyed a double life, and by degrees I accustomed myself to disregard everything that passed, and even those who dwelt there. To avoid continual mortifications, I shut myself up with my books, or else wept and sighed unnoticed in the woods. This life soon became insupportable. I felt that the presence of a woman so dear to me, while estranged from her heart, increased my unhappiness, and was persuaded that, ceasing to see her, I should feel myself less cruelly separated. I resolved therefore to quit the house, mentioned it to her, and she, far from opposing my resolution, approved it. She had an acquaintance at Grenoble called Madame de Deybens, whose husband was on terms of friendship with Monsieur Mably, chief provost of Lyons. Monsieur Deybens proposed my educating Monsieur Mably's children. I accepted this offer, and departed for Lyons without causing, and almost without feeling, the least regret at a separation, the bare idea of which, a few months before, would have given both of us the most excruciating torments. I had almost as much knowledge as was necessary for a tutor, and flattered myself that my method would be unexceptionable. But the year I passed at Monsieur Mably's was sufficient to undeceive me in that particular. The natural gentleness of my disposition seemed calculated for the employment, if hastiness had not been mingled with it. While things went favorably, and I saw the pains, which I did not spare, succeed, I was an angel, but a devil when they went contrary. If my pupils did not understand me, I was hasty, and when they showed any symptoms of an untoward disposition, I was so provoked that I could have killed them, which behavior was not likely to render them either good or wise. I had two under my care, and they were of very different tempers. Sainte Marie, who was between 8 and 9 years old, had a good person and quick apprehension, was giddy, lively, playful, and mischievous, but his mischief was ever good humored. The younger one, named Condillac, appeared stupid and fretful, was headstrong as a mule, and seemed incapable of instruction. It may be supposed that between both I did not want employment, yet with patience and temper I might have succeeded. But wanting both, I did nothing worth mentioning, and my pupils profited very little. I could only make use of 3 means, which are very weak, and often pernicious with children, namely, sentiment, reasoning, passion. I sometimes exerted myself so much with Sainte Marie that I could not refrain from tears, and wished to excite similar sensations in him, as if it was reasonable to suppose a child could be susceptible to such emotions. Sometimes I exhausted myself in reasoning, as if persuaded he could comprehend me, and as he frequently formed very subtle arguments, concluded he must be reasonable, because he bid fair to be so good a logician. The little Condillac was still more embarrassing, for he neither understood, answered, nor was concerned at anything. He was of an obstinacy beyond belief, and was never happier than when he had succeeded in putting me in a rage. Then, indeed, he was the philosopher, and I the child. I was conscious of all my faults, studied the tempers of my pupils, and became acquainted with them, but where was the use of seeing the evil without being able to apply a remedy? My penetration was unavailing, since it never prevented any mischief, and everything I undertook failed, because all I did to effect my designs was precisely what I ought not to have done. I was not more fortunate in what had only reference to myself than in what concerned my pupils. Madame d'Esbans, in recommending me to her friend Madame de Malby, had requested her to form my manners, and endeavor to give me an air of the world. She took some pains on this account, wishing to teach me how to do the honors of the house, but I was so awkward, bashful, and stupid, that she found it necessary to stop there. This, however, did not prevent me from falling in love with her, according to my usual custom. I even behaved in such a manner that she could not avoid observing it, but I never durst declare my passion, and as the lady never seemed in a humor to make advances, I soon became weary of my sighs and ogling, being convinced they answered no manner of purpose. I had quite lost my inclination for little thieveries while with Madame de Warrens. Indeed, as everything belonged to me, there was nothing to steal. Besides, the elevated notions I had imbibed ought to have rendered me in future above such meanness, and generally speaking, they certainly did so. But this rather proceeded from my having learned to conquer temptations than having succeeded in rooting out the propensity, and I should even now greatly dread stealing, as in my infancy, were I yet subject to the same inclinations. I had a proof of this at Monsieur Malby's, when, though surrounded by a number of little things that I could easily have pilfered, and which appeared no temptation, I took it into my head to covet some white Arbois wine, some glasses of which I had drunk at table and thought delicious. It happened to be rather thick, and as I fancied myself an excellent finer of wine, I mentioned my skill, and this was accordingly trusted to my care. But in attempting to mend, I spoiled it, though to the sight only, for it remained equally agreeable to the taste. Profiting by this opportunity, I furnished myself from time to time with a few bottles to drink in my own apartment. But unluckily I could never drink without eating. The difficulty lay, therefore, in procuring bread. It was impossible to make a reserve of this article. To have it brought by the footman was discovering myself, and insulting the master of the house. I could not bear to purchase it myself. How could a fine gentleman with a sword at his side enter a baker's shop to buy a small loaf of bread? It was utterly impossible. At length I recollected the thoughtless saying of a great princess, who on being informed that the country people had no bread, replied, "Then let them eat pastry." Yet even this resource was attended with a difficulty. I sometimes went out alone for this very purpose, running over the whole city, and passing 30 pastry cooks' shops, without daring to enter any one of them. In the first place, it was necessary there should be only one person in the shop, and that person's physiognomy must be so encouraging as to give me confidence to pass the threshold. But when once the dear little cake was procured, and I shut up in my chamber with that and a bottle of wine, taken cautiously from the bottom of a cupboard, How much did I enjoy drinking my wine and reading a few pages of a novel! For when I have no company, I always wish to read while eating; it seems a substitute for society, and I dispatch alternately a page and a morsel. 'Tis indeed as if my book dined with me. I was neither dissolute nor sottish, never in my whole life having been intoxicated with liquor. My little thefts were not very indiscreet, yet they were discovered. The bottles betrayed me, and though no notice was taken of it, I had no longer the management of the cellar. In all this, M. Malby conducted himself with prudence and politeness, being really a very deserving man, who under a manner as harsh as his employment, concealed a real gentleness of disposition and uncommon goodness of heart. He was judicious, equitable, and, what would not be expected from an officer of the Marechaussee, very humane. Sensible of his indulgence, I became greatly attached to him, which made my stay at Lyons longer than it would otherwise have been; but at length, disgusted with an employment which I was not calculated for, and a situation of great confinement, consequently disagreeable to me, after a year's trial, during which time I spared no pains to fulfill my engagement, I determined to quit my pupils, being convinced I should never succeed in educating them properly. M. Malby saw this as clearly as myself, though I am inclined to think he would never have dismissed me, had I not spared him the trouble, which was an excess of condescension in this particular that I certainly cannot justify. What rendered my situation yet more insupportable was the comparison I was continually drawing between the life I now led and that which I had quitted. The remembrance of my dear Charmette, my garden, trees, fountain, and orchard, but above all the company of her who was born to give life and soul to every other enjoyment. On calling to mind our pleasures and innocent life, I was seized with such oppressions and heaviness of heart as deprived me of the power of performing anything as it should be. 100 times was I tempted instantly to set off on foot to my dear Madam de Warrens, being persuaded that could I once more see her, I should be content to die that moment. In fine, I could no longer resist the tender emotions which recalled me back to her, whatever it might cost me. I accused myself of not having been sufficiently patient, complacent, and kind, concluding I might yet live happily with her on the terms of tender friendship, and by showing more for her than I had hitherto done. I formed the finest projects in the world, burned to execute them, left all, renounced everything, departed, fled, and arriving in all the transports of my early youth, found myself once more at her feet. Alas! I should have died there with joy, had I found in her reception, in her embrace, or in her heart, 1/4 of what I had formerly found there, and which I yet found the undiminished warmth of. Fearful illusions of transitory things! How often dost thou torment us in vain! She received me with that excellence of heart which could only die with her, but I sought the influence there which could never be recalled, and had hardly been half an hour with her before I was once more convinced that my former happiness had vanished forever, and that I was in the same melancholy situation which I had been obliged to fly from, yet without being able to accuse any person with my unhappiness, for Courtille really was not to blame, appearing to see my return with more pleasure than dissatisfaction. But how could I bear to be a secondary person with her to whom I had been everything, and who could never cease being such to me? How could I live an alien in that house where I had been the child? The sight of every object that had been witness to my former happiness rendered the comparison yet more distressing. I should have suffered less in any other habitation, for this incessantly recalled such pleasing remembrances, that it was irritating the recollection of my loss. Consumed with vain regrets, given up to the most gloomy melancholy, I resumed the custom of remaining alone, except at meals. Shut up with my books, I sought to give some useful diversion to my ideas, and feeling the imminent danger of want, which I had so long dreaded, I sought means to prepare for and receive it, when Madam de Warrens should have no other resource. I had placed her household on a footing not to become worse, but since my departure everything had been altered. He who now managed her affairs was a spendthrift, and wished to make a great appearance, such as keeping a good horse with elegant trappings, loved to appear gay in the eyes of the neighbors, and was perpetually undertaking something he did not understand. Her pension was taken up in advance, her rent was in arrears, debts of every kind continued to accumulate. I could plainly foresee that her pension would be seized, and perhaps suppressed. In short, I expected nothing but ruin and misfortune, and the moment appeared to approach so rapidly that I already felt all its horrors. My closet was my only amusement, and after a tedious search for remedies for the sufferings of my mind, I determined to seek some against the evil of distressing circumstances, which I daily expected would fall upon us, and returning to my old chimeras, behold me once more building castles in the air, to relieve this dear friend from the cruel extremities into which I saw her ready to fall. I did not believe myself wise enough to shine in the republic of letters, or to stand any chance of making a fortune by that means. A new idea, therefore, inspired me with that confidence which the mediocrity of my talents could not impart. In ceasing to teach music, I had not abandoned the thoughts of it. On the contrary, I had studied the theory sufficiently to consider myself well informed on the subject. When reflecting on the trouble it had cost me to read music, and the great difficulty I yet experienced in singing at sight, I began to think the fault might as well arise from the manner of noting as from my own dullness, being sensible it was an art which most people find difficult to understand. By examining the formation of the signs, I was convinced they were frequently very ill devised. I had before thought of marking the gamut by figures, to prevent the trouble of having lines to draw, on noting the plainest air, but had been stopped by the difficulty of the octaves, and by the distinction of measure and quantity. This idea returned again to my mind, and on a careful revision of it, I found the difficulties by no means insurmountable. I pursued it successfully, and was at length able to note any music whatever by figures, with the greatest exactitude and simplicity. From this moment I supposed my fortune made, and in the ardor of sharing it with her to whom I owed everything, thought only of going to Paris, not doubting that on presenting my project to the Academy, it would be adopted with rapture. I had brought some money from Lyons. I augmented this stock by the sale of my books, and in the course of a fortnight my resolution was both formed and executed. In short, full of the magnificent ideas it had inspired, and which were common to me on every occasion, I departed from Savoy with my new system of music, as I had formerly done from Turin with my Heron fountain. Such have been the errors and faults of my youth. I have related the history of them with a fidelity which my heart approves. If my riper years were dignified with some virtues, I should have related them with the same frankness. It was my intention to have done this, but I must forego this pleasing task, and stop here. Time, which renders justice to the characters of most men, may withdraw the veil, and should my memory reach posterity, they may one day discover what I had to say. They will then understand why I am now silent. End of Volume 6. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. End of Confessions, Volumes 5 and 6, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated.